Earnhardt won the Twin 125s earlier this week. They know what it takes to race well here. We asked them how easy is it to pick out a partner to draft with.
You know that somebody might help you, and they're going to try to help themselves to go with you because they know that if they help you, they're going to pass the car also. And, I mean, whether that's your teammate or your brother or who, you know, I think that's the call that they're going to make.
And you and I could sit here all day long and talk about we'll work together, we'll do this, we'll do. Man, when there's 40 race cars out there and they get to moving around, you can't get in the line you want to get in. You can't get with a guy you want to be with.
That's great.
This is the
Dale Jarrett's been to victory lane twice in the 500. Rusty Wallace never has, but we asked them both how important it is to win the Great American Race.
This is the ultimate race. It doesn't matter who pays what anywhere else, what racetracks are built. The Daytona 500 is still the race. That's something they can't ever take away. Those two trophies I have are in my office are the greatest things that I'll ever have.
To win the Daytona 500 would be everything to me. As much winning as I have done and the fortune and success I've had, I think any race driver, if they wouldn't have won the Daytona 500, they feel there's a void in their career. And I would feel that if I retire and say I'm all done in the future. But, man, when I win Daytona, you notice I said when I win Daytona because I'm planning on winning that thing. It's going to be a great, great evening.
Yeah. I might get it longer than that. 18 years.
Oh, 18th try?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Okay. Right. That's right. On Friday, Sterling Marlin had the fastest practice speed in the Winston Cup group at 191.1 miles per hour. We asked Sterling, any additional incentive to win the Daytona 500 this year?
He told me, he said if we won the championship, he'd give me $1 million. And I told the crew guys, I said, we all get half of it, so let's get after it.
Okay.
They didn't get the actual time back. I asked him about Daytona. I said, he always takes care of the driver. And some special way, and special things.
Oh, Felix. Yeah.
Yeah. He'll either get a roll for $80
Okay.
million or some weird thing.
Ken Schrader is racing in his 15th 500. He now has a practical way of looking at racing and at life. What would winning the 500 mean to Schrader?
Well, I'm kind of more of a bottom line person. I mean, it'd really be neat, and we will have one again, and it'd pay a lot of money and really screw up my week before Rockingham.
You like that? I thought that was funny. I just used to clean that. It didn't leave me.
He won 7 races last year, but Mark Martin finished 364 points behind Jeff Gordon for the championship. We asked him how he assessed his overall performance last year.
It's difficult to find a way to ask me, you know, how, you know, you feel about getting beaten that championship, you know, without making me feel like everybody's talking like I didn't have a good season. I had a career year. No one ever told me when I came down here to watch you and Richard Petty and Benny Parsons.
Let me have that card.
You know, Bobby Allison and all that.
Baker
They never told
him
me that I could come down here and win races. I didn't know I could. And I've won more than one.
I'll change that to Buddy asked. It was good. Mark Martin has finished second in the Winston Cup points chase 3 times in his career, including last year. We asked him what it would be like to finally take home the championship.
I don't expect to win the championship. I expect to do my best every single day, and I accept the results no matter if they're what I think I deserve or not. I accept them, but I won't accept less than 100% effort from my part and from my race team.
Every 3 years, Dale Jarrett wins the 500, 1993 and 1996. Now it's 1999, and Dale has an additional incentive to win his third race.
It's something that you really never think about as a race driver, that opportunity would come along in a single race. I remember winning $35 in the first race that I ever ran and thought that was great. And now to have that opportunity to win that kind of money in the Daytona 500, which is our biggest race, would mean the world to me. Plus $1 million for a lucky fan. I would like to see Charles get that money too.
I need to put your mouth. I'm reworking the question. Tony Stewart's a Winston Cup rookie, but after posting second fast time here last week, we asked him if he felt things were going his way.
Yes, they are. They're going very well. You know, to be able to go to Indy in your rookie season and sit on the front row, and to come to Daytona in your rookie season and finish and start on the front row, it just shows that when you're with the right people, great things can happen. And Tony Stewart didn't do it all by himself. I mean, there's a lot of people along the way that have helped to this point, and you know, I've had a very, very good career, and I've been lucky enough to have a lot of good people around me, and I felt like that's been the biggest key.
Jeremy's first win. I'm looking for one stat. Jeremy Mayfield improves every season, won his first race last year. We asked him how important it is to his racing to have a close relationship with a tightly knit crew.
That's important to me, you know, for me as a driver to have the guys rally around myself like they do, and I want to be part of them. I want to let them know that I'm part of the team. I'm just like they are. We have fun together. We go out to eat together. We joke around together, constantly messing with each other, and that's what it's all about. That's what I feel like has helped make our race team what it is, and we have a lot of fun, and we're more like brothers than we are a race team.
You've never seen brothers.
Is the champion of the Daytona 500. Hand off to Jackson.
When you look for champions, you look to CBS Sports.
At the line, it is
This is the Daytona 500. Don't give me it. Thank God.
Will he come across the start finish line? No, he did not make it. Tail hits him. He slides. Johnny Allen slides. They're out of it. And there's a fight between Cale Yarborough and Donnie Allison.
The roar of champions, a sound that forever rumbles round the banked curves they call Daytona.
Daytona is everything. I mean, it's the one that all the drivers want.
And to win here, they risk all. Rusty Wallace, consumed by the chase, like so many veterans who have never won this race. Rookies, young guns, led by Tony Stewart, fast, fierce, and in the front row.
Jeff Gordon has just become the youngest man ever to win the Daytona 500.
Still a youngster himself and considered the best, Jeff Gordon owns the pole.
Dale Earnhardt rolling into victory lane.
We've won it, we won it.
The reigning champion, Dale Earnhardt. He beat the odds last year. Can he do it again? Today, 43 men, stock car's finest, in the great American race, the Daytona 500. On this Valentine's Day 1999, welcome to Daytona, everyone, and to CBS Sports Live flag-to-flag coverage of the 41st annual Daytona 500, the Super Bowl of NASCAR racing. It is all of that and more. A crowd 3 times larger than the Super Bowl has gathered for this running of NASCAR's premier event. Nearly 200,000 will be in attendance today, many of them along the backstretch, which alone is an area twice the size of Texas Stadium. For auto racing fans, the Daytona 500 is the Super Bowl, the World Series, and the Kentucky Derby all rolled into one. All morning, it's true, the 43 drivers for today's race have been getting ready, but in fact, racing teams have been preparing for this race ever since the checkered flag fell on last year's Daytona 500. Technological advances and philosophical strategy has been examined, employed, tested, hashed, and rehashed in an effort to arrive here today in peak performance mode for NASCAR's greatest challenge for its most prized trophy. Last year, in his 20th try, Dale Earnhardt finally won this event, which had heartbreakingly eluded him for so long. While the victory was cause for celebration for the 7-time Winston Cup champion, Earnhardt lost something in the process. Lost something in the process. You see, when a driver wins the Daytona 500, they are contractually obligated to have their winning car and all of its contents put on display for 1 full year at Daytona, USA. And the one item Dale wanted most was a lucky penny he had taped to the dashboard of his car. It was given him prior to last year's race by a little girl from Kentucky who just wanted to meet her favorite driver. How lucky was that penny to Dale? He didn't win a race the rest of the year. This morning, Earnhardt was finally permitted to retrieve his lucky 1-cent piece. Last year, Earnhardt was inspired by another sports legend, Denver Broncos quarterback John Elway, who finally won his first Super Bowl. Earnhardt said if Elway could win, he too could win the 500. Now Earnhardt is trying to emulate Elway again. He says if John can repeat. Okay. Lucky penny, lucky 1-cent piece. Ralph Shaheen is standing by with the man they call the Intimidator, Dale Earnhardt.
This black number 3 is without a doubt one of the most recognizable race cars anywhere in the world, and when it looms up in your rearview mirror, it truly is an intimidating sight. Dale, it took you 20 years to finally get the win, and you've had all season to relish that victory. How hungry are you to get another one here today? He responds to that. Eric, if we have time, we'll ask him what his keys will be to victory if we have time for a second one. Outside of that, then it is if he can pull it off at the back-to-back, you will become only the 4th man in history to have done it here at Daytona. Now let's go to the front of the grid. My colleague, the editor of Stock Car Racing Magazine, Dick Berggren.
Thanks, Ralph. Tony Stewart has won championships in sprint cars. He's been a champion in midgets, Indy cars, even in go-karts. But here at the Daytona 500, he is a rookie. Now, you need other race drivers to run with you if you're going to run fast. The draft is ever so important. And the other guys, the veterans, they don't like to race with rookies. Tony, how do you fix that? And he responds, and the guy that starts on the inside of the front row, the pole winner, Jeff Gordon, he's no rookie. He's been racing here at Daytona since 1993. He's won 7 times here at Daytona. But qualifying setups are a whole lot different than race setups. You got the fastest car with the race setup? He responds to that. Let's go to Bill Stevens.
Mark Martin has had a sensational racing career, but two of the sport's biggest prizes have eluded him: the Winston Cup Championship and a victory here in the Daytona 500. Last week he won the Bud Shootout, so Mark, is that a harbinger of what might happen today? Yada, 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 boom, boom, boom. This will be Mark Martin's 15th attempt at winning the Daytona 500. He has 5 top 10 finishes. Today he starts 9th. Back to Greg Gumbel.
All right, Bill, thank you, and welcome everyone to the culmination of Daytona Speed Weeks, the last of this millennium and the official start of NASCAR's next 50 years. I'm Greg Gumbel. Happy Valentine's Day to you and yours from all of us here at CBS Sports. How this race has grown from its early days on the beach. Today, the winner will take home $1.1 million. There's over $8 million in prize money at stake. This race has been won by the sport's greatest legends. Richard Petty, Cale Yarborough, and Bobby Allison have become immortalized here. But Daytona is also the place where legends are born. Is this the breakthrough year for Terry Labonte, Mark Martin, or Kenny Schrader? In about 3.5 hours, we'll find out. Joining me is a man who's been to every Daytona 500 since 1964 and whose name is synonymous with auto racing, my colleague Ken Squire. Ken, this is also CBS's 20th year here at Daytona. That means back in 1979, it was CBS's first visit here. Do you remember that?
Oh, how can you forget that one? You know, that was the event, Greg, that transcended motorsports, transcended what stock car racing had been. The fact that a major network was willing to put the effort into this event, treat it like a Masters or the Super Bowl. And then there was that remarkable finish.
Trying to slingshot. Petty is out in front at the line. Walter to the inside. Petty wins it. And there's a fight between Cale Yarborough and Donnie Allison. The tempers overflowing. They're angry. They know they have lost. And what a bitter defeat.
You know, as much as the race was important, that man right there and his wife Linda, they are the first family of American stock car racing, was equally so. That sense of a common man doing uncommon deeds was Richard Petty when he won that 6 of his 7 500s. He has symbolized for American stock car racing what it's all about.
All right, Ken. Coming up, one of the greatest commands in all of sports when CBS Sports Live flag-to-flag coverage of the Daytona 500 continues.
CBS Sports presentation of the Daytona 500 is sponsored by Pennzoil with Pure Base. Stop, go, Pennzoil. Nextel, you've never used a phone like this before. And by Goodyear, innovators of run-flat technology.
Yep.
We do the weather, we got to do like a happy birthday, right? Happy birthday to Mrs. Selma Almachek. Lovely lady, 112 years old. Isn't she beautiful? Welcome back to the Daytona International Speedway. It will be a cold and windy day by Florida standards for this race, but there is no rain in the forecast. Temperature right now is 49 degrees. Wind out of the north, 10 miles an hour. All right, track temp, car temperature is 80. For the pre-race ceremonies, let's take you trackside for today's invocation and for our national ANTHEM.
Dale gets from these very marvelous children was a little penny. We came to find out later it was actually the 3rd penny that her parents had given her since she lost the first 2. So she said it was a lucky penny, and these boys got together and stuck it to the car, and it became an exceedingly lucky penny. So when we take this car into Daytona, USA, believe me, we take it with everything that's in it, including the CBS cameras and Dale's lucky penny. So we've been guarding it very carefully for a year.
All right, let's take you upstairs to the men who will call the 41st annual Daytona 500. Mike Joy, Ned Jarrett, and Buddy Baker. And, gentlemen.
Thank you, Greg, and hello, everyone. NASCAR racing is the only major sport that starts its season with its very biggest event. And in 40 years of trying, only 26 different drivers have been to victory lane in the 500. Ned Jarrett raced in this 7 times, and he's been here every year since as a broadcaster. It's so tough to win, and it's so big to win, Ned.
Well, it certainly is, and I'm sorry that I never did get in victory lane here. There are 7 drivers in the field today who have experience being in the victory lane for the Daytona 500, and it's something very, very special, and certainly every one of those would like to get back in victory lane today. And so would a handful of, no, more than a handful, so would a lot of other drivers who have been coming here for a long time and have never been in victory lane. Guys like Rusty Wallace, Mark Martin, Ricky Rudd, and Terry Labonte ranked near the top in just wins. I'm all screwed up. I'll get that straightened out. But they certainly want to get in victory lane.
That's okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Greg, and hello, everyone. NASCAR is the only major sport that starts its season with its very biggest event, the Daytona 500. In its 40 years, only 26 different drivers have made the trip to victory lane. Ned Jarrett, 2-time national champ, raced here 7 times. He's been a broadcaster every year since. It's so hard to win, and yet it's so big to win.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say that I never did get in victory lane here in the Daytona 500. It is a big race to win. There are 8 drivers in the field today who have won it. They know what it feels like to get in victory lane here in Daytona for the Daytona 500. And there's a lot of great drivers who have never had that experience. Guys like Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace, Ricky Rudd, and Terry Labonte. And you can bet your bottom dollar they're going to be out there giving you everything they have today to try to get their name on that trophy.
It took Dale Earnhardt 20 years. It took Darrell Waltrip 17 years to win this race. If it had been 450 miles, Buddy Baker would have won it 11 times, but it took him 18 years, and you finally made it. How did it feel?
It was the biggest day of my racing life. To cross that finishing line right here at Daytona, it was a boyhood dream. From the day I was in Columbia, South Carolina for my first race, going around a half-mile dirt track, all I had in my mind was come to Daytona and win the Daytona 500. 1980, my dream came true.
How hard is it to win here at Daytona? Let's look at highlights from yesterday's Napa 300 Busch Grand National race. Ron Hornaday, you're riding along. He has missed the crash. He's down on the grass, safe to coast through until he ran into Phil Parsons, and Jimmy Kitchens ran into him. Casey Atwood, 18-year-old rookie, 1 lap from maybe winning this race, and he ends up on a flyer. Atwood is okay, as were all the drivers who wrecked in yesterday's 300. Andy Santerre, broken leg, flown home for treatment and recovery. We'll be back with the starting lineup and the start of the 41st annual Daytona 500 live on CBS.
CBS Sports presentation of the CBS Sports presentation.
Finally, let me say that I'd like to have the guts and the ability to drive the way you all drive. Thank you all and good luck. Finally, let me say that I'd like to have the guts and the ability to drive the way you all drive. Thank you all and good luck.
Here you go, Pammy. He's diving in there. He's got it.
Eric, Ken Squire and I have decided on something. We've decided on something. We're going to do this without our pants on. It's true, the 43 drivers for today's race have been getting ready, but in fact, racing teams have been preparing for this race ever since the checkered flag fell on last year's Daytona 500. Technological advances and philosophical strategy has been examined, employed, tested, hashed, and rehashed in an effort to arrive here today in peak performance mode for NASCAR's greatest challenge for its most prized trophy. And then to Earnhardt.
Eric, do you recognize this man? Stevie Ray has something to say to you.
Eric, I'm looking for you, and I know you're hiding from me. Next time I come down to Daytona, I want you right here. It's going to be me and you, and brother, when I slap Jack and yak you, NWO Hollywood. Can you dig it? You tell him about it, Ralph.
He says he's in the truck waiting for you, Eric.
Oh, okay, get out of here right now. I'm looking for him. Where is he?
You better cut a good race, Eric, or he's coming to find you guys. Thanks, Stevie Ray.
Eric, you sound like you're in trouble, man. Who does that? Well, there you go. Eric is the worst wrestling fanatic in the world. Is he really?
Hello, Greg. Greg Gumbel?
Yes.
The poignancy of the Earnhardt thing, the little girl was brought down here by the Make-A-Wish Foundation. She was seriously ill little girl.
Oh, you told me that upstairs. You know, the only thing is...
I'm sorry, okay.
No, the only thing is I'm just not sure we have time.
Got it. And if you saw their fans have thrown hundreds of pennies into that car as it sat out there on the grass today to wish Earnhardt good luck.
You know, you think...
Is the champion of the Daytona 500.
You'd think people had better things to do with their money. They're going to be a little short on the way home.
That's where we were trying to get in. Did I make up a... I'll put it on my phone there, an over sheet. Starter wardrobe. No, like seriously. You know, the absolute worst.
champion of the Daytona 500. Hand off to Jackson.
When you look for champions, you look to CBS Sports.
And to win here, they risk all. Rusty Wallace, consumed by the chase, like so many veterans who have never won this race. Rookies, young guns, led by Tony Stewart, fast, fierce, and in the front row.
Jeff Gordon has just become the youngest man ever to win the Daytona 500.
Still a youngster himself and considered the best, Jeff Gordon owns the pole.
Dale Earnhardt rolling into victory lane.
We've won it.
The reigning champion, Dale Earnhardt. He beat the odds last year. Can he do it again? Today, 43 men, stock cars' finest, in the great American race, the Daytona 500. Valentine's Day 1999. Welcome to Daytona, everyone, and to CBS Sports Live flag-to-flag coverage of the 41st annual Daytona 500, the Super Bowl of NASCAR racing. It is all of that and more. A crowd 3 times larger than the Super Bowl has gathered for this running of NASCAR's premier event. Nearly 200,000 will be in attendance today, many of them along what is called the Super Stretch here at Daytona, which alone is an area twice the size of Texas Stadium. For auto racing fans, the Daytona 500 is the Super Bowl, the World Series, and the Kentucky Derby all rolled into one. It's true, the 43 drivers for today's race have been getting ready. In fact, racing teams have been preparing for this race ever since the checkered flag fell on last year's Daytona 500. Technological advances, philosophical strategy have been examined, employed, tested, hashed, and rehashed in an effort to arrive here today in peak performance mode for NASCAR's greatest challenge for its most prized trophy. Last year, in his 20th try, Dale Earnhardt finally won this event. An event which had heartbreakingly eluded him for so long. While the victory was cause for celebration for the 7-time Winston Cup champion, Earnhardt lost something in the process. You see, when a driver wins the Daytona 500, they're contractually obligated to have their winning car and all of its contents put on display for a full year at Daytona, USA. The one item Dale wanted most was a lucky penny he had taped to the dashboard of his car, given him prior to last year's race by a little girl from Kentucky who just wanted to meet her favorite driver. How lucky was that penny to Dale? He didn't win a race the rest of the year, but this morning, as you saw, Earnhardt was finally permitted to retrieve his lucky 1-cent piece. Ralph Shaheen is standing by with the man they call the Intimidator, Dale Earnhardt.
Well, it took Dale 20 tries to finally get that first Daytona 500 victory. You've had a whole year to relish that. How hungry are you for number 2?
Well, it's time. It's been just 12 months, and I'm ready to win again. And, you know, the car's running great, and all I can say is we just got to be there 499 miles and be in position to win it. So work hard and stay in shape, out of trouble. Good pit stops. We'll be there.
Well, good luck to you today, Dale. If he can do it, he will be only the 4th man in the history of the race to win back-to-back. Now let's go to the front of the grid and the man who is the editor of Stock Car Racing Magazine, Dick Berggren.
Thanks, Ralph. Tony Stewart is an IndyCar champion, but here at the Daytona 500, he's a rookie. And the veterans don't like to draft with rookies, but you need drafting help to stay up front, Tony Stewart. How do you fix that problem today?
Well, we may have to drop back at first, but, you know, once we get back and find us a hole, then I'm sure as we run this race, hopefully we'll gain some respect from these guys. And, you know, if the first half of the race I run really smart and show these guys I'm not going to do anything stupid, hopefully we'll pick up some friends later on.
And the sign on his dashboard says patience, and that is exactly what he has to execute today. Starting on the pole is a man who is anything but a rookie here at Daytona, Jeff Gordon, who's been winning races since he first came here in 1993. Winning the pole is one thing, but that's a very different setup than a race setup. You had the fastest car for qualifying. You got the fastest car in the race?
Well, we're going to find out. And I don't know if the fastest car is always the one that wins here. You know, you have to have a good handling race car. These cooler temperatures are going to help with that a little bit. But there's a lot of guys that are very strong, and it's all going to come down to a good pit stop and good track position. I hope I'm somewhere in that mix at the end of this race.
Good luck to you, Jeff. To Bill Stevens.
Mark Martin has had a sensational racing career, but the sport's two biggest prizes have eluded him, the Winston Cup Championship and a victory here in Daytona. He won the Bud Shootout last week, but Mark, this is the race you really want.
Well, this is it. This is the great American race. I tell you what, we're all fired up about it. The Valvoline team's got this course running well, and we're just hoping to have a shot at this thing.
He's been here 15 times. He has 5 top 10 finishes. To Greg Gumbel.
All right, thank you, Bill, and welcome to the culmination of Daytona Speed Weeks, the last of this millennium and the official start of NASCAR's next 50 years. Hi, everyone. I'm Greg Gumbel. Happy Valentine's Day to you and yours from all of us at CBS Sports. How this race has grown from its early days on the beach. Today, the winner will take home $1.1 million. There's over $8 million in prize money at stake. This race has been won by the sport's greatest legends. Richard Petty, Cale Yarborough, and Bobby Allison have become immortalized here. But Daytona is also the place where legends are born. Is this the breakthrough year for Terry Labonte, Mark Martin, or Kenny Schrader? In about 3.5 hours, we'll find out. Joining me now is a man who has been to every Daytona 500 since 1964 and whose name is synonymous with auto racing, my colleague Ken Squire. This is CBS's 20th year here at Daytona. That means 1979 was the first visit here for the network. Do you remember that year?
Oh, who could ever forget that race? 1979 was a defining moment in American motorsport. You know, that was the year when a major network first stepped up and treated this event as they would a Masters or the Super Bowl. And they did it so well. The coverage was fantastic that year, and it changed America's perception about American stock car racing. Today, the man that is still the symbol of American motorsport. He was the key factor, I think, along with the television coverage. Richard Petty. That man who represents best that whole sense of a common guy doing uncommon deeds. When he won that 6,500, it helped so much to really put this racing game on the top of the heap.
Just one question. Are you ready for today, Ken?
I'm always ready for this one. This is a great.
Coming up, one of the greatest commands in all of sports when CBS Sports Live flag-to-flag coverage of the Daytona 500 continues.
CBS Sports presentation of the Daytona 500 is sponsored by Pennzoil with Pure Base. Stop, go, Pennzoil. Nextel. You've never used a phone like this before. And by Goodyear, innovators of run-flat technology.
The way they've got it written, Dick.
Yep. You go ahead and ask the question. They're listening to you in the truck.
Okay, the way the memo is written, I'm supposed to introduce Hal.
Yes.
And ask him to remain standing. Hal prays, and then I come back on again and introduce Edwin McCain. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
You're right.
We've got the same time as the airplane.
Okay, we're waiting for them. How many minutes out are we?
How far out are we?
How much silence do you need?
How far out are we at this point? Okay, I'm not on that loop right now.
Can I see the graphic real quick, Eric? $120 degrees in the car already? What are you saying, Eric? Start over again. All right. It can't be, right? So Eric will go from the. We'll go straight from the weather to the invocation and national anthem. Welcome back to the Daytona International Speedway, everyone. It will be a cold and windy day by Florida standards for the race, but there is no rain in the forecast, although it is overcast at the moment. The temperature is 53 degrees, a temperature or humidity of 58%, and a slight wind at this point, although it was gustier earlier today. The forecast is for partly sunny skies, so we will keep an eye out for those. The track temperature is at 77, and Dick Berggren reports that the car temperatures are up already. For the pre-race ceremonies, let's go trackside for the invocation and national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise for the invocation by the Reverend Hal Marchman and remain standing for the singing of our national anthem.
Let us pray. For the beauty of the earth and for the glory of the skies, Lord, to thee our hearts arise. Bless all of us as we gather here for the exciting races in this beautiful place, and help us to pause and to give thanks to you, the God of all of your children. Shalom and amen.
And now, to honor America, the Star-Spangled Banner by Atlantic recording artist Edwin McCain.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
And now, for the most famous words in motorsports, the Grand Marshal of the Daytona 500, the Honorable Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas.
Gentlemen, start your engine!
pre-race festivities now under our belts. Let's take you upstairs to the gentleman who will call this 41st annual Daytona 500, Mike Joy, Ned Jarrett, and Buddy Baker.
Thanks, Greg, and hello, everyone. NASCAR is the only major sport to start its season with its biggest and most important event, the Daytona 500. Two-time national champion Ned Jarrett ran this race 7 times. Ned, this race, 40 years, only 26 different drivers have won it. It's so big to win, but it's so hard to win.
It is so hard to win, Mike, and I'm sorry that I never did get to do it. And the fact that Richard Petty won it 7 times is still hard to believe. It just points up how great of a race driver he really was. Now, there are 8 drivers in the field today who have had the experience of getting in victory lane here in the Daytona 500, and I'll tell you, there's nothing like it. Certainly those 8 drivers would like to repeat here today. And there's some great names who have not had that experience. They want in there real bad. Guys like Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace, Ricky Rudd, Terry Labonte, Ken Schrader. The list goes on and on. You can bet your bottom dollar they're going to be crying to get their name on that trophy.
If this race had been the Daytona 450, Buddy Baker would have won it, about 11 times. But in 18 years of trying, finally, you got to victory lane here. What did it feel like?
That was the biggest day in Buddy Baker's racing life. I tell you, I think back going around the racetrack in Columbia, South Carolina on half-mile dirt, thinking someday I was going to win the Daytona 500. And to have my dream come true, and you know what? When I give speeches at clubs around the country, the first thing anybody asks me is a question about the Daytona 500. It's special, it's great, and I won it.
Yesterday, you saw just how tough it is to run and win here at Daytona in the Napa 300 Grand National Race. Ron Hornaday has missed the wreck. He's down on the grass, getting away until sliding off the bank. Comes Phil Parsons, and Jimmy Kitchens pounds into the left side, takes him out of contention. How about 18-year-old rookie Casey Atwood, number 27, in second place, 1 lap to go, and he goes on a flyer. Atwood was okay, but his dreams of winning here in Daytona will have to wait another year. Randy LaJoie won the Grand National 300 yesterday. They are rolling off for the first of pace laps here at Daytona for the 41st annual 500. We'll be back with the starting lineup and the green flag for America's biggest stock car race after this. Set 1, 2, 3.
Okay, Ned on.
Yes, Fish. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Don't mention. Okay. Okay. Do I have to voice anything on that butt thing? Thank you.
Ned, okay, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Hello, satellite fans. You too, folks.
Thank you.
Hello, all of you up at the Waterford Speed Bowl and the Stafford Speedway Clubhouse and every short track in America that has a Daytona 500 party today. I'd say wish I was there with you, but I kind of like it right here.
Yeah. Have a great seat.
Yep.
But have fun out there, everybody.
Let's just hope for a good, safe race.
Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR, is the proud sponsor of the Bud Pole Award, given to the fastest qualifier at each NASCAR Winston Cup race. Last weekend, Jeff Gordon captured the first Bud Pole Award of 1999. Last Sunday, Mark Martin won the battle among all of last season's Bud Pole Award winners in the Bud Shootout at Daytona. Since 1979, Anheuser-Busch has awarded more than $7 million as the title sponsor of NASCAR's Pole Award program.
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway. For 3 months, the teams have been preparing for the moment that's about to occur as they drop the green flag on the Daytona 500. Jeff Gordon starts on the pole, the 97 winner. 7 times this race has been won from the pole. A rookie's never won it. Tony Stewart will try today. Row 2, the qualifying race winners. Bobby Labonte, last year's runner-up in the 500, and Dale Earnhardt, its defending champion. Row 3, Jeff Burton, 5th here 3 years ago. Jeremy Mayfield was 3rd last year. Ken Schrader, the runner-up in '89, and Dale Jarrett, a 2-time winner. Mark Martin for the 15th time. He's trying to win it. Rusty Wallace, 17th year in the 500, looking for win 1. Jimmy Spencer and Mike Skinner, a couple of very aggressive drivers in row 6. Row 7, Michael Waltrip has 4 top 10 finishes in this race, and Kevin LePage in his second 500. Robert Presley finished 8th on Thursday, had a strong run. Bobby Hamilton is driving for a team that's won it a couple of times. Sterling Marlin won back-to-back 500s. Ward Burton finished 8th here 2 years ago. Terry Labonte, 2-time Winston Cup champ, trying to win here for the 21st time. And Derek Cope, the upset winner in 1990. Rick Mast and Rich Bickle fill the 11th row. Steve Park, a sophomore, and Kyle Petty in row 12. Jerry Nadeau, second-year driver, and Chad Little, row 13. Ted Musgrave from Wisconsin and Ricky Craven from Maine. Ricky Rudd in his 22nd 500 with Jeffrey Bodine, the 86 winner. Ernie Irvin and Joe Nemechek. Kenny Wallace and Wally Dallenbach. Dave Marcus in his 32nd consecutive 500, and John Andretti. 2-time winner Bill Elliott with rookie Elliott Sadler. Johnny Benson and Brent Bodine. Last year's Rookie of the Year Kenny Irwin, and Mike Wallace. Darrell Waltrip completes the 43-car field.
There were 16 disappointed drivers who failed to qualify for the Daytona 500. You can see the list there. Among them, the Green brothers, David and Jeff. Steve Grissom didn't make it. Stanton Barrett, Andy Hillenberg, Morgan Shepherd. Dick Trickle's not in this field today.
Let's take a look at the different cars that are in the event today. There are 21 Fords, 14 Chevrolets, and 8 Pontiacs.
There are 43 cars starting this race. They'll go for 200 laps. That's 500 miles for a purse of over $8 million. They can go 50 to 60 laps on a tank of fuel of 22 gallons. And the race record was set back in 1980 by our own Buddy Baker at over 177 miles an hour.
Let's take a look at Daytona International Speedway. Down the front straightaway into turn 1, it's 31 degrees in that corner. 3,000 feet down the back straightaway. Let's take a look at that 31 degrees. That's what it looks like.
That's where they are right now in turn 2, where that banking looms 4 stories high. A record number of in-car cameras on CBS today. 11 cars, 34 different views. Jeff Gordon on the pole. Dale Earnhardt has a CBS race cam on board today. Jeff Burton, the Exide Batteries Ford from Roush Racing. He'll also ride with Dale Jarrett, 2-time winner of this race in the Ford Credit Ford Quality Care, number 88. Mark Martin in the Valvoline Ford from Roush Racing. Mike Skinner, a former pole sitter in the Lowe's Home Improvement Chevrolet. You saw drivers with hands in the air because they have waved off the start that they anticipated this time. They'll take one more pace lap. Robert Presley, the Jasper Engines and Transmissions Ford. With these views, you'll also ride with the Siemens in-car camera in the Bill Davis Pontiac for Ward Burton out of South Boston, Virginia. The Hendrick Budweiser Chevrolet changes its number from 50 back to 25, and Wally Dallenbach is the driver. And a sentimental favorite, NASCAR's most popular driver, Bill Elliott, the two-time winner of the 500, and the Super 8 Motels onboard camera riding in his Ford. And finally, Kenny Irwin Jr., last year's Rookie of the Year, the Texaco Haviland Ford. Will all be carrying CBS onboard cameras today. Dave Marcus, number 71, that dark, it's not black, it's camouflage-colored Chevrolet. He ties the record for most Daytona 500 starts, 32, with Richard Petty, but all of Marcus's starts have been consecutive. He has never failed to qualify for the big dance. You're looking at Brett Favre, the honorary starter for the 500. Next time by, instead of a football, he'll have a green flag in hand. 5 drivers have an added incentive here today. That's the R.J. Reynolds Winston No Bull 5 program. The first 5 finishers at Talladega last October have a Dayglow orange front spoiler, rear spoiler, and number on the roof. And if one of those 5 wins the race, it's an extra $1 million for the driver and an extra $1 million for a randomly selected fan paired up with each of those drivers. A look at the drivers' meeting. Reggie Jackson is here. Alan Jackson, the singer, is here.
Say that I'd like to have the guts and the ability to drive the way you all drive. Thank you all and good luck.
Honorable Associate Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court Clarence Thomas convinced these drivers he's a race fan. He's got a ZR1 Corvette, likes to hot-foot it, and he told us at the Grand Marshals dinner last night, was looking at his wife when he said he'd rather go visit an engine builder's shop than an art gallery.
All right, good for him.
It's been a busy speed weeks here in Daytona. The Rob Dyson team, led by Butch Leisinger, with a Riley and Scott chassis and Ford engine, won the Rolex 24 Hours. Mike Skinner, the Butch Shootout qualifying race. Mark Martin's first ever Daytona win came in last Sunday's Butch Shootout. Pennsylvanian Bobby Gerhart won the ARCA 200. The Gatorade qualifying races for this 500, won by Bobby Labonte and Dale Earnhardt. Christian Elder, victorious in a crash-marred NASCAR dash race on Friday. Dale Earnhardt made a last lap pass to win the International Race of Champions event. And yesterday, the fellow they call the old man, former series champ Randy LaJoie, won the Napa 300. Congratulations to all.
It has been a busy couple of weeks here at the Daytona International Speedway, and the biggest one of all coming up.
If they come down for the green flag, they'll be turning this 2.5-mile racetrack in about 47 seconds under race conditions today.
The engines in these cars are restricted by NASCAR. The amount of air that can flow through the engines are limited. So it will take these cars more than a full lap to get up to full speed. And drivers that gain momentum on the start will be looking to move up quickly before they come to 190 miles an hour the second time by. Pontiac Grand Prix pace car dips to pit road. Jeff Gordon, youngest man to ever win the 500, and Tony Stewart, IRL champion and rookie, bring them down. Brett Favre waves the green flag, and the season is on. Good clean 2x2 start. Gordon has a little advantage in turn 2.
Normally, the first couple of laps, the inside groove is the place to be, especially when the tires are still new. They get a lot of grip down there, but Tony Stewart trying to change that as he goes down the backstretch, buddy.
He is that. Jeff Gordon fights back on the outside as we watch him go down into turn 3 there. Bobby Labonte in the 18, Mike, is right on his heels.
And here comes Earnhardt, the man in black in number 3. Looks to split the 2 leaders. Not going to get there. Jeff Gordon's going to haul him off the corner to complete lap 1. Bobby Labonte on the inside for second. Gordon drops down a lane right in front of Labonte to lead it.
Through the tri-oval here. That's 18 degrees of banking right there. You can see the back of the car very unstable as they start off onto the flat part of the straightaway there, which is 6 degrees of banking.
It's only the 3rd time in the last 7 years when the pole sitter has led the opening lap.
And Jeff Gordon was happy to do that because it gave him 5 bonus points. In NASCAR Winston Cup racing, if you lead a lap, it's 5 bonus points.
Tony Stewart climbs the hill a little bit there.
3 deep. Bobby Labonte wants to get those 5 bonus points. He wants to lead.
Earnhardt behind Stewart. Not willing to take it 3 wide just on the 2nd lap of the race.
Tony Stewart is showing a lot of muscle there on the outside. You see him still running with Gordon side by side. Bobby Labonte's loving it because that one car out there in front he don't have to worry. As long as they run side by side, he'll keep that lead.
Bobby Labonte to the front. He pairs up with Gordon on the inside lane. Tony Stewart, that orange Pontiac, leads the outside group. Ned, this looks like a 190-mile-an-hour pace lap.
It certainly does. No one has been able to pull away or get an advantage. They're still running side by side for every position excepting the first one.
Tony Stewart made a little bit of a rookie mistake just in the middle of that corner. He went a little bit high, but he got great momentum going down the back straightaway, and they're still side by side.
Ralph Shaheen.
Mike, the Joe Gibbs Racing team knows that Tony Stewart's car is actually a little bit quicker than Bobby Labonte's machine. They want him to try to get up with Bobby. Since he's a rookie, they don't think too many people will want to run with him. They want him to get up to Bobby, tuck on his rear bumper, and ball him if he can.
Second Daytona 500, Bobby Labonte has led in 8 starts. Down to the inside, Gordon. Labonte just takes it 1 lane lower to hold him at bay. Jeff Burton is up for third in that Roush number 99 Ford, the purple and black machine. Fourth is Kenny Schrader. Schrader has shown a willingness to take the lane others won't. Now he's in the middle. As dropping down to the bottom comes one of those fast Fords.
We were wondering how long it'd take, Ned, before they started running 3x3 back in that group, and it didn't take them very long.
They get momentum coming off of the turn, pick up the draft, and are able to move right by.
That was Dale Jarrett making the move 3 wide on the bottom. On the upper left of your screen on our CBS scoreboard, a driver displayed in green is one that has moved up in the last lap, and a driver displayed in red, like Kyle Petty or Ricky Craven, has lost a spot since the last time by.
Tony Stewart's in trouble right now. He'll be dropping back. He's caught in the center part there where all the turbulence is on the draft off these cars. He'll probably lose 8, 10, maybe 15 positions.
Yeah, he needs to try to get himself in line if he possibly can, because running 3 abreast for a full lap on this racetrack normally is not good.
As a rookie, the established Winston Cup drivers have not yet learned to trust Tony Stewart on this 2.5-mile super speedway. They're reluctant to link up with him, but he has a fast car. Some drivers will take that chance and try to work back to the front with Stewart. But right now, he's in no man's land.
Yeah, that's a recipe for a wreck right there where he's at. He has to be very, very careful, and so do the people around him.
Buddy, is he the nervous man in town right now?
Well, what he's trying to find him a place, but as you can see, there's not a car out there to pull in. He would love to get in either lane right now. He moves up on Kevin LePage there in the 16. Now he's back in line. He'll pick up the pace.
At the front, pretty much 2x2 through the mid-pack.
Well, you get to Mike Skinner, and then he wanted to move down on the inside.
2 cars at the front, single file. And then Ken Schrader battles with Dale Earnhardt. Boy, they've had their battles in the past, and they're pretty good friends.
I think those are the 2 strongest cars after long runs is Earnhardt and Kenny Schrader. He shows a lot of muscle in every race, and he's not afraid to go up there and take a chance. Here comes, look on the outside, here comes Dale Earnhardt.
We're riding with Dale Jarrett in the Robert Yates Ford. Jarrett in 6th place on that low side. That's Kenny Schrader just in front of him. That low side is going to move up to challenge Earnhardt once again in that 3,000-foot back straightaway.
It's overcast here today, and it's cool. The track is not as slick as it's been all week here. It's been very hot here at Daytona, and the setups are maybe a little bit different. Certainly the cars are a lot tighter than they would have been. Here's Earnhardt making a move.
Dale Earnhardt around the outside. He's got help from Jeff Burton, Jeremy Mayfield, and Rusty Wallace.
Well, I take back what I said about that inside lane being. That worked until Dale Earnhardt got up on the outside.
Yeah, but he's still having a battle with Bobby Labonte. They're side by side.
7 laps complete, and I've never seen a Daytona 500 go this long without at least a small pack trying to break away. But they are still, this is Noah's Ark at 190 miles an hour.
It is nerve-wracking. Here comes Jarrett again down on the inside trying to make that 3-wide move, and he does. He gets up on the back bumper of Jeff Gordon.
And the fellow they stuck in the middle was Schrader. And look at him back up in that green and white 33.
Mike, every bit of the turbulence off these cars goes right down the middle of that group. That's why they drop back when you get in the middle there.
Ride with Jeff Burton. Into the tri-oval start-finish line. Up his inside there is Jeff Gordon.
Now you see Earnhardt pulling over towards that inside line. You get a draft off of those cars, even you don't want to go way out wide. That's what Tony Stewart did earlier in the race, and it cost him a lot of position.
We'll talk a lot today about team racing. Watch how two teammates have found each other already, and their cars are similarly painted. Number 12, Jeremy Mayfield, and 13, two Rusty Wallace, those white and blue Fords. They link up and they work well together, and they'll do that all day. Let's go to Dick Berggren.
Many of the teams in today's race have selected brand new race cars, such as the case with the number 24 of Jeff Gordon, who is running in second. Bobby Labonte, on the other hand, your leader, decided to run a year-old car. And why not? The car that's in the lead right now last year won 3 poles, an outside pole, hit 1 Talladega, and it was second at both races here at Daytona in '98. To Ralph.
Dick, not only that, but what is going on right now between Bobby and Dale Earnhardt is a great morale boost for that Joe Gibbs racing team. Only one time over the course of this whole week has Bobby Labonte gotten around Dale Earnhardt through all the practice, all the times that he followed him. Only one time did he actually pass that 3 car. So for him to be able to run alongside and feel just as competitive is going to be a great morale boost.
He's just got the lead back. Ralph is now up to the high side, 99 Burton. Now they've got Earnhardt as the meat in the sandwich.
Earnhardt has one chance. He has a team car, the 31, just behind him there. If they start working together, it will help Earnhardt. But right now, it looks like Mike Skinner wants to stay with Gordon.
Now, will Skinner let Earnhardt in line? You're riding with Mike Skinner, Dale Earnhardt's teammate. And here he comes. Hey, he's going to pass his teammate. You're watching back from Jeff Gordon, second place car. Looking back at that battle. Now, Burton moves over to the middle lane, trying to break the draft on Jeremy Mayfield, number 12. And Labonte and Gordon will scoot away just a bit. Earnhardt is still the hot dog between two halves of the bun.
Absolutely. You hardly ever see Dale Earnhardt make that mistake, but he got in the center part. Now he has the inside lane. He'll start coming back up towards the front.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot he could do about it. Jeff Burton just pulled from the outside and coming off of turn 4, and hey, there he was. There wasn't a great deal that he could do about it.
Dale Earnhardt has a great car here. So good, they've only run 49 laps of practice all week with it, plus 50 for the qualifying race and 2 to time trial. Otherwise, it's been in the garage, covered up. We are 11 laps into the Daytona 500. We'll be right back with you live on CBS.
They're in his way. He's flying. I watched him a while ago. He just...
Burton on the outside.
Just screaming.
This thing's going to get... This thing's going to get...
yeah.
If Dale Jarrett gets in front right now, he'll pull these guys around here for a while.
That's unreal.
Yeah, he's flying. I mean, he is flying.
Leaders so far in this contest. Jeff Gordon.
You know, somebody else is running well. Michael Waltrip needs to call it. He's done
here, Cam, and I'm going to go check over. This is going to be virtually impossible to pull people through here.
Yeah, it looks like a mess down there.
International Speedway. This is MRN Radio.
Okay, now we got a breakaway.
Guys, it would later on somebody. Oh, never mind. No, I was just talking. Somebody with Larry McReynolds. If Skinner gets up in the lead, he's real good.
Well, I'll be here for that when he gets there.
Okay. Well, he's just fun to talk about. You can find out when they're going to stop and everything else.
The $8.1 million Daytona 500 and Bobby Labonte.
Bergie, are you there?
Yeah, sure am.
Eric, when we come back, I'd like to ask Dick about the sober nature of the drivers this morning after watching yesterday's race. There's some good stuff about how these guys are approaching this and why we're not seeing those 3 wide moves early.
Those the top 3 cars. Dale Jarrett hangs on the 4th spot. Second fifth spot. Those great.
Yes, I am.
Michael Waltrip, the Jim Mateo.
Welcome back to Daytona. After 14 of 200 laps, Bobby Labonte's Pontiac leads the Chevys of Jeff Gordon and Mike Skinner and the Ford of Dale Jarrett. Yesterday, a really crash-marred Napa 300. Most all the drivers watched it from atop their motor coaches or trailers. Dick Berger, and that made for a very serious and somber drivers meeting this morning.
It really did, Mike Joy. They were very concerned and very worried. And indeed, this morning, first thing in the garage, crew chiefs were just saying, I hope we don't have a repeat. Now, we've had an awful lot of crashes here, an awful lot of accidents. So many that Jeff Hammond, one of the crew chiefs, went to David Hoots, who runs the drivers' meeting, and he said, David, I don't know what you've been telling these guys, but this morning, change it.
Caution-free so far. Michael Waltrip up to 5th place. New ride for him, Matei Motorsports number 7. Now he feels a challenge from Earnhardt as Bobby Labonte slides up the racetrack and out of the lead.
Jeff Gordon takes over the lead, and Mike Skinner follows him right along. So does Dale Jarrett.
Buddy, what happened to Bobby Labonte?
Well, just what Dad said. If you get caught just a little bit out of position, you get a nose up under him, and they're on that outside, and everybody drops to the bottom. You have little to do with where you end up. They just all start going by you.
Front 5 or single file, then it's 2 abreast from there on back. 3 wide in turn 1. Look at this. Robert Presley, 77 in the middle. Sterling Marlin, number 40. Jeff Burton, 99.
And there comes the 98 car, Rick Mask, having a great run here today in the Cale Yarborough car.
A month ago, that team had disbanded. Cale put it back together. They're here.
Yeah, he started 21st, and he's already up to 12th. That's a great run for Rick Mask.
Back from Jeff Burton, that's 2-time 500 winner Sterling Marlin and number 40. Then Jeremy Mayfield.
Presley is still in the middle.
And now it's 3 wide, even at 6th place. Look at this. Tony Stewart is the man in the middle again.
He didn't want to get back in that position, but there he is.
And 2 rows. Yeah, 3 wide right behind him, Ned. So Stewart will get a little help from Robert Presley there. Kevin LePage right in that middle. Excuse me, make that LePage rather than Stewart.
Well, boy, those are the 5 cars that have dominated practice. Every one of those cars in the first 5 positions have been the quickest all race week here.
Jimmy Spencer is caught up on the lead draft. He's the 6th place car. Spencer has come from 11th. Let's go to Bill Stevens.
Mike, they are thrilled with the performance of Jimmy Spencer's car all this week. Crew Chief Donnie Wingo has been telling me they have not been able to get that car to move. They've changed everything on it, and it looks finally as if all those changes are paying off here on race day.
A big way as he swings. He's right up in the lead draft.
The biggest thing in that car right now is the man behind the wheel. I'm going to tell you, he makes up about 3/10 of a second just by being determined to move up in the field.
One car backing up on the outside. That would have been Jeff Burton. Number 99 appears to be. Yes, way up to the outside. There he is. And he has lost about half a dozen positions on this lap. Number 99, Burton, is falling to the tail end of the field.
We have run 19 laps, and they're still going by Jeff Burton. And the field is still separated by just a little over 4 seconds from 1st to 43rd.
Let's go trackside, Ken Squire.
Jeff Burton broke a valve spring late in the happy hour yesterday, and they were so concerned that they changed all 7 cars, and that includes the 5 team cars as well as the Wood Brothers car. That was another one they changed the valve springs on this morning. Jack Roush was extremely concerned about the motor situation, so they spent some extra time wondering about Jeff Burton now. Let's go to Al Shaheen.
Well, there's definitely a tire going down. They're not sure which one yet. The crew's waiting the arrival of number 99 here on pit road. They're radioing back and forth to Jeff as he stays out on the racetrack, trying to get him to decide if he can get a feel for which tire it is.
Cars in the top lane have been dropping back a bit. Mike Skinner continues to fight his way along next to Dale Jarrett on the outside, though.
Earnhardt also is dropping back, and you're right, Mike. What happens right now is Mike Skinner is fighting back without any great help. All of a sudden, Dale Jarrett's with him as they head down into turn 3.
Here is Skinner. There's Bobby Labonte with him. Gordon on the bottom now drifting back. Jimmy Spencer comes up for third on the outside.
Skinner made that move going into turn one to try to go to the outside. Jarrett didn't follow him, decided to follow Jeff Gordon. It was a mistake because Skinner pulled him right on through on that high side and back to the lead.
21 laps, 3 different leaders, 3 lead changes. Jeff Gordon, Bobby Labonte, Mike Skinner is the most recent driver to lead the Daytona 500. That's Sterling Marlin on the outside, driving for Felix Sabates, trying to track down Jimmy Spencer in that high line.
Boy, I was just thinking of Jimmy Spencer all the way up to third from 11th right now, showing a lot of early muscle. Just behind him, one of the fastest cars in all the practice here, Sterling Marlin.
Marlin, a 2-time winner of the Daytona 500, certainly knows his way around this racetrack.
Bobby Labonte and Dale Earnhardt won the Gatorade 125s earlier this week. They know what it takes to race well here, but we asked them, how easy is it to pick out a partner to draft with?
You know that somebody might help you, and they're going to try to help themselves to go with you because they know that if they help you, they're going to pass the car also. Whether that's your teammate or your brother or who, I think that's the call they're going to make.
You and I can stay here all day long and talk about we'll work together, we'll do this, we'll do this. Man, when there's 40 race cars out there and they get to moving around, you can't get in the line you want to get in. You can't get with a guy you want to be with.
Sounds like he was telling us that right now instead of yesterday.
That's the position he's in. Earnhardt has been there right at the front, but has not been able to get back up there. He's been shuffled back, but his teammate Mike Skinner is up there.
23 laps, caution-free. Let's go to Dick Berggren.
The toolboxes are open in Bobby Labonte's pit. He has just called in and said, I have an engine skip. He has changed his ignition system to the backup. So far, no word as to whether that's working or not. Ralph.
Dick, of the funnel crew down here at Roush Racing with the 99 of Jeff Burton, he has radioed back to the crew and said now he does not think it is a tire. The car is vibrating. In fact, at one point, he even radioed in. He had some smoke inside the cockpit of the car, but they keep asking him questions. Do you think it's a shock? Do you think it's in the engine? And he just can't figure it out yet.
That's like calling your doctor on the phone and asking what's wrong with me. All he can do is take the input he gets from you and guess. Look at this, 3 abreast, and Jeff Gordon is the man in the middle between Mark Martin and the 16 of Kevin LePage. He finds a place in line, and they are still 2 by 2 all the way back through the field of the Daytona 500. 24 laps complete. Mike Skinner leads Bobby Labonte.
Mike?
Hi, Bergie.
Hi. They're still having that ignition problem in the 18
Hello?
with the backup box. They don't know what's wrong, but it's definitely skipping, even though he's running a second.
Wow.
Andretti's coming in the pits with smoke.
Wow.
Andretti's coming to the pits smoking.
43 pitting.
Hello?
Yes, right.
In the pits, what has happened to John Andretti? He's dropped to dead last.
He's coming in, Ken. The car was smoking.
Remember, that's a backup car. He crashed his other car.
Actually, buddy, I think they fixed that car.
No, they didn't.
No, they
No,
they didn't fix it.
No,
It's a backup
let's all
car.
get along. I know that's a backup.
Yeah. Schrader's got a problem, by the way. The car's not handling.
And do you need me to go down and get the story on Andretti, or do we want to stay here and get the Larry Mack deal?
The hood's up on Andretti.
We need to get that story, I think.
And I would like to add a line on the throw to Mike about that Petty car.
Yeah, we're going to get it. We'll have it for you.
Yes, sir.
We're going to get the Andretti info for you. And we're going to set up Larry Mack.
I'll let my talk back for you.
Try it. Try it now. No. Just outside the start-finish grandstand at Daytona, that square-shaped facility is the Daytona Club, a 1.5-acre tent that's played host to thousands of guests during Speed Weeks. It has several themed sections, including Italian, Mexican, and continental dining. That overhead shot, courtesy of the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes, based in Pompano Beach, Florida. Captain Dan Thomas from Endeavor, Wisconsin, at the controls today. 28 laps into the Great American Race, and Mike Skinner, former pole sitter, has been pulling this 40-car train. Bobby Labonte's Pontiac in second, Dale Jarrett's Ford in third, Rusty Wallace in a Ford, number 2 in fourth. Tony Stewart, there's the outside pole sitter, the rookie in that orange Pontiac, number 20. And Jeremy Mayfield in the number 12 Ford. They've gained a little distance on the field.
Stewart has worked his way back. He had dropped back to about 12th place when he got in the middle there a while back, but has been able to work his way back up there now in single file, running along there in 5th place.
Mike, when we were in the garage area just a little while back, we were told that Tony Stewart and Jeremy Mayfield hooked up in practice. They found the combination. They're going to work together.
And for the Richard Petty and John Andretti fans, the STP Pontiac is being pushed behind the wall. Apparently something went wrong with the engine.
Ken Squire.
Yeah, that's a tough one for them. They've had some motor problems. They got caught in the 125 in the first lap incident. Number 43 came out for this race sporting all petty blue for the first time since 1971. Thought it might change their luck back to when Andy Granatelli first joined the group and put one sticker on the car, but apparently luck wasn't a factor today. Engine trouble. They're now showing 4 laps down. Looks like their day may be over.
Those Petty blue cars have won 9 Daytona 500s. Richard Petty won 7. Lee Petty won the first one. Pete Hamilton in 1970 won it in a number 40 Petty blue Plymouth Superbird. How about Mike Skinner, first champion of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, up for his second try at Winston Cup racing in his career. The Susanville, California driver, his teammate to Dale Earnhardt for Richard Childress Racing.
You know, he's never won a points race in a Winston Cup car, but he has won twice in Japan in this particular type car, so he knows how to drive, and he has a great crew chief, and I think right now, you know, the same guy that set up Earnhardt's car last year set that car for the 500 here.
That would be Larry McReynolds, a member of the Alabama Peach Fuzz gang that included Davey Allison, came out of the Birmingham short track and rose to prominence here in Winston Cup.
There are 13 cars now, Mike. You can see that train right there coming by that have pulled away. You see the distance back there to that second group. Ken Schrader hits them up in 12th place, but that front group up there running single file beginning to pull away.
Well, as long as this group, Ned, runs double file, the law of the drag proves that a single file group of cars will be faster than cars racing side by side. That's why this group can pull away. Here's Ralph.
Larry McReynolds is the crew chief for Mike Skinner, and Larry, you're the man, the crew chief, Dale Earnhardt, to his first Daytona 500 victory. Do you have Mike on the same strategy that you ran with Dale yesterday or last year?
Well, you know, we're trying to just stay out front. You know, we watched the Busch race yesterday. Obviously, that's the best place to be, the way things have been going all week. But we just want to be smart. We want to be at the end of this thing, be in position, and hopefully not get shuffled. Like I told the guys this morning, whatever happens this Lowe's team, I'm proud to be with this group. It's an awesome race team. They're ready to win some races.
A little cooler out here today. Have you affected your setups?
Yeah, you know, we was able to put a little tape on the front end. The biggest burden was on the engine tuner this morning. You know, figure about every 8 or 10 degrees, you got to add some jet to these things. So he's the one that had the most sleepless night last night.
And of course, Mike, that will affect their fuel mileage.
Cold air can make more horsepower, but it needs a carburetor adjustment to do so. There's John Andretti in Richard Petty's car being pushed back to the garage. 32 laps complete. Out front is Mike Skinner's Chevy, Bobby Labonte's Pontiac, Dale Jarrett's Ford.
Boy, Tony Stewart caught on the outside again. He drifted high a little bit, and of course they can't wait on him. Even if you're working with somebody, you have to go when the chance comes. You see Earnhardt going by, Sterling Marlin, all these guys will bypass him because he's on that outside by himself.
Stewart just got, as they say in NASCAR parlance, hung out to dry or clothesline. He got out of the line, and everybody else went.
Best thing he can do right now is fall in behind that 6 car, Mark Martin, and just follow them along, draft along, because that second group would catch up with them if they start racing side by side.
And folks, it's not that he doesn't have the power. That's one of the fastest cars here. But when the lead car in that group is pushing the wind aside, the best place you can be is right behind it. Dick Bergman.
Well, it may be tough to find a mechanic on a Sunday afternoon for folks home watching television, but if you happen to be running well in the Daytona 500, as Bobby Labonte is, it's pretty easy to find one. His crew, however, has been worrying and talking over where that skid is from. They think it's possibly a loose wire because it's intermittent. It comes and goes. Meanwhile, Dale Jarrett in the 88 car has a bit of a heating problem. His water has gotten up to 220 degrees, oil to 230. That's not good. They told him turn the fan on, cool that engine down.
You ride with Dale Jarrett behind Bobby Labonte's Pontiac. Bill Stevens.
I'm with John Andretti. John, there was a report smoke from the car. What happened?
I'm not sure. We got a problem in the motor department, I guess. Car ran fine. I was just waiting for it to thin out a little bit so we could get moving forward with the SCP car, but unfortunately it wasn't our day, so try and get the Petty Blue car in victory lane sometime this year.
Second year in a row, tough break for the 43 car.
John Andretti won here, 4th of July, 1997, driving for Cale Yarborough. A Pontiac, a Chevy, and a Ford lead the Daytona 500. Those are the 3 competing makes. But it's 2 Fords lined up behind that third-place car of Dale Jarrett. Let's see if they can make a move when we come back to the Daytona 500. 34 laps complete. Mike Skinner leads Bobby Labonte and Dale Jarrett.
Here comes. Okay, it's on. Hey guys, in the pit, it's obvious that the 2 and the 12 are now really moving up towards the very front, working together.
Yeah, we're watching that, and they're pitted side by side.
Also, whoever has Kenny Irwin has moved from 41st to 16th.
All right.
Once.
Anybody else, Mike?
That's the big gainer.
Yeah, and also the 3 in the 88. Oh, I do. Yeah, I think I'm in the right spot right now.
Yeah, the other one, the other big gainer. Warren Burton from 18th to 8th.
Maybe a little better than that. He's coming up.
Yeah, the 22 car would be good to have a look at.
Skinner looking to pit in about 25 more laps.
Uh-oh, here comes Jarrett for second.
Oh.
By himself, too. There's nobody with him.
Gordon is.
Look at that. He blew by him without any help.
Maybe I can get...
I think we just saw how fast that 88 car is. Surprise!
No time yet to totally unbridle that thing.
No, I'm telling you, that thing's toss. You want to know how you get drafted, partner?
This CBS Sports Race Summary is sponsored by Goodyear, innovators of run-flat technology.
Greg Gumbel back at Daytona after 36 laps. We have had 3 different leaders and 3 different lead changes. The speed is up there, 187 miles an hour plus. No caution flags as yet, and the war of attrition that was the Napa Auto Parts 300 yesterday has not been nearly so brutal today. Only John Andretti with a bad engine is out on lap 25, but the day is young. Mike Joy.
Baker, your record of the fastest 500 ever may be in jeopardy. Mike Skinner's crew looking on. They want to see how that car is running. Every team has TV sets in their pit and satellite dishes. We're 39 laps into the Daytona 500. Mike Joy with Buddy Baker and Ned Jarrett. There to the inside comes one of those Penske Chronicus cars, Jeremy Mayfield, number 12, with his teammate Rusty Wallace.
Yeah, they're working very well together, but just a second ago, you see your second place car there, Dale Jarrett. He went by 4 cars on the back straightaway, no help whatsoever. He's got a lot of muscle.
3 wide, 6th place. Something here has got to give. 24 is Gordon, 2 is Wallace, 6 is Mark Martin.
I don't think anybody's told the drivers that. They're still 3 wide as they head off into turn 1.
And Rusty says, I don't want to be here. That's the car number 2 right here.
How about that 22, that black and yellow machine of Ward Burton? He's right up into the lead pack. He's been as high as 5th today for Bill and Gail Davis.
Yeah, he started 18th.
And you're on board his car with our Siemens race cam.
Looking up at Mike Skinner, you see Jeremy Mayfield in the 12 going under him there, and his teammate Rusty Wallace right in tow.
Where you see one of them today, you'll see the other. Wallace and Mayfield running as teammates and seeking each other out on the racetrack. Bobby Labonte's Pontiac, the green car, hauling that blue, red and white Ford of Dale Jarrett, 2-time winner of the 500. Skinner looks inside, lines back up on Jarrett, looks outside. Single file once again through the top half dozen. Up in that pack, Kenny Irwin is in that pack. He started 41st. He's up to 15th.
He had a fast car yesterday in practice, Kenny Irwin. You didn't have a good qualifying run, but they certainly got that Ford worked out good, and he is coming towards the front.
He's climbing the ladder. That's Irwin, number 28, and he has caught that second pack and alongside the 97 of Chad Little, trying to work his way up through.
Yeah, that 13-car breakaway that we had has changed. Here comes Jarrett for the lead at the line.
Boy, and he's got everybody behind him. When you make a pass like he made a while ago right by yourself, everybody goes, whoa, wait a minute. Maybe we ought to get with him and go.
Bobby Labonte looks in his rearview mirror and sees the next worst thing after Dale Earnhardt, which is nobody. Back he goes. Let's go on board with Mike Skinner and our Circuit City onboard telemetry.
Well, he's turning about 6,700 down the back straightaway there. About 190 miles an hour down, going into turn 3. You can see the cars moving up and down. This racetrack is a little bit bumpy. Off turn 4, down the little short chute here, and you'll see the car rock over to the left. That's through the tri-oval here. Start finishing line right there. Now another little short chute heading in turn 1. He'll run right along the wall and then just dive right down to the white line on the bottom. You can see the car kind of wiggling right there. It's bumpy right there. You see it jump again. Now he's coming off towards the back straightaway. He'll go out against the wall. And that's what it's like to go around Daytona with a fast car.
Now, for you mechanical buffs out there, you see that RPM there, a little less than 7,000 RPMs, and you say, well, I thought these Winston Cup cars turned 8,500, 9,000. They do on all the tracks except in the restrictor plate tracks, but not where the engines are restricted. And Ricky Craven, an unscheduled pit stop here in car number 58.
Bad vibration for Craven. He is in about 15 laps before he would like to make a pit stop. This will cost him 1 lap to the field and take him out of sequence. Dale Jarrett is your leader. It's the first time a Ford has led today, and no Ford led a lap in the qualifying races on Thursday. We're 44 laps into the Daytona 500, caution-free thus far. CBS Sports coverage continues after this message and a word from your local station.
That pace has picked up over half a second since he took the lead.
Well, they've got 3, 4 different packs now. They're not all backed up.
He's pulling them away from that other group.
Yeah, that's what's happening. I told you.
CBS Sports presentation of the Daytona 500
looks like a piece of tape.
Looks like a piece of tape, yeah. They put tape around.
Hammond stick. 12 laps, the 18 is going to pit.
I'm going to look and see what that is when he comes by.
1997
Dale Jarrett's pulling that bunch away from everybody else.
No, 88.
Boy, Jimmy Spencer faded, huh?
31's going to pit about lap 58 or 59.
Hey, guys, it's not that they're fading. That 88 car is just pulling everybody right away from that second group.
Water temperature's still going up on that 88. Oil temperature's holding.
Even out front, Dick? Thought maybe after you got out front.
I don't know about out front.
I thought maybe it might have gone down once you got out front.
That was several laps ago.
Yeah.
88. Thank you.
Yeah, my record is just...
I sure hope I can. I'll tell you, these are busy places, and I'm going to do my best position so I can. Will you guys be clocking that, or will I be clocking it?
Excuse me. What's that, buddy? I said my record's doomed.
Long way to go yet.
Okay.
Derek Coe. Looks like the right front's going flat on that car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got so much confidence in you do what you need to do, and I agree.
Okay. Right.
I don't know. It's got that ring on it. I can't. Is that flat, Ned? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. See it flat? Right front on Derek.
CBS Sports presentation of the Daytona 500 is sponsored by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR. Hey, race fans, this Bud's for you. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. And by Ford, the official truck of NASCAR is built Ford tough.
47 laps completed Daytona. Dale Jarrett's Ford leads the Chevy of Mike Skinner and the Ford of Jeremy Mayfield. 1990 Daytona 500 champion Derek Cope just made an early pit stop. He had cut a right front tire, came in to get his right sides changed. So he and Ricky Craven are out of the pit stop sequence. We expect regular green flag laps beginning in about 8 laps or so.
Green flag pit stops coming up here before too long.
Some of these cars, Ned, appear to have lost the handle. 23 Jimmy Spencer was up in that lead pack. Now he's drifted back into this pack and continues to run high on the racetrack.
I don't think Handel had a lot to do with it. I think when that 88 car got in the lead up there, he pulled them away from that second group.
Kenny Wallace in his first drive for Andy Petrie Racing. Crew chief Jimmy Elledge, his team going to work. This is a little early for scheduled pit stops. Because of the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit on pit road, under the green flag, if teams take a pit stop, they will lose 1 lap to the leaders.
Even if they make a 17-second pit stop and it takes 47 or 48 seconds to go around here, your slow down speed and getting back up to speed really costs you a lot of time.
We have been under the green flag since we started the Daytona 500. Buddy Baker's record for the fastest 500 ever at 177 miles an hour may be in jeopardy. Here's your top 5. Dale Jarrett in a Ford, Mike Skinner Chevy, Jeremy Mayfield and Rusty Wallace in Fords, Jeff Gordon number 24. There's Warren Burton in 22. That's a Pontiac in 6th. Mark Martin is 7th. Michael Waltrip, Ernie Irvin. That pack back through 8th and 9th place. Number 3, Dale Earnhardt in 10th. Kenny Irwin in 11th. Robert Presley, Chad Little, Bobby Labonte is back to 14th place. There's Labonte's car on the right side of your screen, that green and black number 18. He's racing with Chad Little. Then it's Bobby Hamilton, Kenny Schrader, and Jimmy Spencer. Sterling Marlin, Wally Dallenbach, and Terry Labonte complete the top 20. There are 36 cars still running on the lead lap.
Mike, you're exactly. We're looking at Jimmy Spencer there at 23. He got as high as 3rd place, but he's dropping back right now. I think that when he gets tire wear, his car is not sticking just the way he wants it to.
Wisconsin driver Rich Bickle makes a pit stop, and so does the number 90 of Mike Wallace, who replaced rookie Mike Harmon for Junie Dunleavy in midweek here. Riding with Kenny Irwin. What a climb he's had. Last year's Rookie of the Year started 41st, and Irwin is up to 11th place.
And notice Jeff Gordon here. Looks like he's dropped off of the lead pack there just a little bit. He's not totally out of the draft yet, but see, he has dropped back about 5 or 6 car lengths. There's Gordon, and you see the front 4 there beginning to pull away a little bit from him.
I just wonder, maybe by it being cool, if they didn't put a little too much tape on some of these cars and we're getting water temperature buildup or something.
Well, Buddy, they also had been concerned about tire wear. This track it's been a while since it's been paved, and it's getting abrasive, and the cooler weather today would help to increase the tire wear because the track wouldn't be quite as slick. You'd think that if it's slick, they'd slide around more and grind off more rubber. But if they get traction, that's when you wear off the rubber. And maybe he's a little bit concerned about that, or maybe the tires are wearing down a little bit for him.
You saw cars battling to stay on the lead lap. Joe Nemechek, rookie Elliott Sadler, and Brett Bodine riding with Jeff Gordon, looking ahead at that lead pack of 4 cars. Jarrett, Skinner, Mayfield, and Wallace. Jeff Burton comes on to pit row. Frank Stoddard from New Hampshire, the crew chief. We'll get a chance to look and see what problems befell the number 99 of Burton, who dropped from the lead pack to the back pack. Ralph?
Jackman Chuck White goes over to get to the right side of the car to get it up in the air. It should take just one push down on that jack to get the car up in the air. They go to work. Remember, they've had this vibration. They're trying to figure out where it's from. Problem with the right front. Crew chief Frank Stoddard is also the front tire changer. Slow getting around to the left side now. They get those tires off and on. A little bit smoother on this side. A problem with the left front as well. Now he's down and away. And stalls the car, fires it back up, and away he goes.
Dave Marcus coasting in, getting tires, car weaved a bit coming in. Might have had a tire cut down, might have had trouble with fuel pickup.
And Bill Elliott hitting right behind him.
And Johnny Benson, Jerry Nadeau. These are all scheduled green flag pit stops coming at lap 53. Dick Berggren.
Dale Earnhardt, Bobby Hutchins has just been down to Bobby Labonte's pit and asked if they could pit together. They have agreed to do exactly that. Earnhardt fighting a push with his race car. He is not at all happy with the handling in that automobile. Jarrett is going to come in and try to change his handling just a little bit as well. His temperature has stabilized.
Teammates Mayfield and Rusty Wallace peel off the track together as expected to make stops. Here comes Wally Dallenbach, Bobby Hamilton, Terry Labonte, and outside pole sitter Tony Stewart. Bill?
Wallace and Mayfield into the pit just a moment ago. The crew chief for Jeremy Mayfield, Paul Andrews, got together with Robin Pemberton, the crew chief for Rusty Wallace, and said, watch the tires when you take them off the cars. Yesterday, some incidents in the Busch race cost a couple of drivers some positions. They're just taking on 4 tires, full load of fuel, and no other adjustments, and nose to tail, they want to get them out. Mayfield slightly slower. To Dick Berggren.
Tony Stewart is just leaving the pit, and that is a brand new team. That is the very first pit stop that they have ever executed, and they did a good job. 19.41, 4 tires, 2 cans of fuel. They did it right, Mike.
Jeffrey Bodine has been in. Also the 75 of Ted Musgrave. The leader, Dale Jarrett, will pit in 2 laps. Tony Stewart coming back out. Going to take a lap or so to build speed to get back up to speed and merge with traffic. Darrell Waltrip, Ernie Irvin is in. The 98 is in. That's Rick Mast, Steve Park, Ricky Rudd, rookie Elliott Sadler, and Brett Bodine all making pit stops. We expected stops in the lap 55 to 60 range, and that's just about where they're coming. There's a look at Rick Mast. Ernie Irvin with that brand new paint job. He's a favorite of all the kids. His helmet looks just like the race car.
Here's Kyle Petty going out of the pits after getting his service.
Leaders come by one more time in that front pack. Following Dale Jarrett is 31 Mike Skinner. There's Ricky Rudd, the orange number 10, Steve Park completing service. Brett Bodine's white car and Park, whose rookie season cut short by a bad crash in Atlanta, but he's back healthy, ready to race. This time around, we should see the leaders. Number 88, Jarrett, the Ford.
Now there's Rusty Wallace running right behind them. He has made his pit stop, but he is 1 lap down. But he might be the leader after all of these pit stops are completed because he made a good pit stop. And here we do see Jarrett and Skinner coming into the pits.
They had a good move for them to pit together since they were running together.
Yeah, I think so, because they drafted together well. Gordon is coming in. A lot of other cars coming in as well. They drafted together well in Talladega last October. And they're racing down pit road there. Jarrett will get to his pits first.
The hope of all these cars is they can get out of the pits with the drivers that were leading and draft along with them. Jeff Gordon's in. Marsh Martin's in. Here's Ralph.
Mike Skinner's crew goes to work on the car. They'll take 4 tires of fuel. They're not going to make any changes on this car. Work completed on the right side. They go to work as the first can of fuel comes flying over the wall. Tires are off and on. Just in front of him, Robert Presley's crew completes his work. A great stop for Skinner. He wanted to pit with Jarrett. He'll go right back out with him. Jeff Gordon leaves as well. They did change air pressures there to Bill Stevens.
Dale Earnhardt finishes his pit stop. He took 4 tires and a load of fuel and is back out again. About a 21-second pit stop for the number 3 car.
The drivers that stopped in this sequence include Earnhardt pulling away now. Let's go back to Dick Berggren.
Dale Jarrett had a great pit stop. He just ripped off a 16.65 other than putting 4 tires, 2 cans of gas in it. They changed a tire pressure 1 pound, and that, believe it or not, will make that car run better. Mike?
Drivers that stopped on this lap include Earnhardt, number 3, Jimmy Spencer, Dale Jarrett, Bobby Labonte came in. So did the 77 of Robert Presley, Sterling Marlin, Ward Burton, Kenny Irwin, and the 16 of Kevin LePage. So did Michael Waltrip. They all stopped on the same lap.
Now here's Rusty Wallace getting around Dale Jarrett. We said that Rusty Wallace would probably be the leader after this round of pit stops. Sure enough, he is. Even though Jarrett might have made a half a second faster pit stop than he did, Rusty got in and out the pits good, got back out there, ran 2 or 3 laps on those fresh tires, allowed him to run a little bit faster than he'd been running on the old tires, and so that's put him in the lead.
Let's reset the order for you after pit stops. There is your leader, Rusty Wallace, who is trying to win the Daytona 500 for his first time. Dale Jarrett is second. Mike Skinner is third. Jeremy Mayfield fourth. Jeff Gordon's fifth. Kenny Schrader sixth. Seventh is Mark Martin. Eighth, good stop for Bill Elliott. Ninth is Chad Little. 10th, the rookie Tony Stewart. 11th is Bobby Labonte. 12th, Bobby Hamilton. Then it's Ernie Irvin, Terry Labonte, Kenny Irwin, Michael Waltrip, Robert Presley, Kyle Petty, Wally Dallenbach, and Dale Earnhardt, the top 20.
Third and fourth better get in gear because those are 2 lightning fast cars right there. Mike Skinner and Jeremy Mayfield are coming around Derek Cope right now trying to get in that lead draft. If those 2 cars get hooked up and they happen to get away into some lap traffic, they're in trouble.
Here's the battle for third place. You see number 12, Jeremy Mayfield, battling along with Derek Cope.
And that really hurt Cope. He got a little bit loose coming off of that corner there, had to back off momentarily, and see he has almost lost the draft of Skinner as Skinner tries to catch up to that twosome up front of Rusty Wallace and Dale Jarrett.
Cope is one of 2 drivers that did not catch back up onto the lead lap with pit stops. The other is Dave Marcus. Watch number 4, Bobby Hamilton, on the inside of Tony Stewart. And here's your pit summary showing the total time on pit road. That's where you see the tenths of a second really count. Dale Jarrett was the quickest of those, and he's now back up at the front with Rusty Wallace.
And you saw that Jeff Gordon took a little bit longer on pit road. He is now 4 3/4 of a second behind the leader, Rusty Wallace.
60 laps into the Daytona 500, running at a record pace, caution-free. We'll be right back.
Car is fast too.
Oh yeah.
Might be neat because it looks kind of cool.
Guys, I got a tire down here in Skinner's. It is the right rear, and it came apart when it came sliding in. And they are covering it up, and I'm trying to get a look at it to show it to you. But it's
and we're seeing right front wear, a pretty good bit of it.
Now, I asked Larry about it, and Larry said that Skinner had not complained about it at all. He thinks maybe when he locked him up sliding in is when it came apart. But I got to believe, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, it shouldn't have done that anyway, right? I mean...
Thank you.
How do we want to handle this here?
They're running about a third of a second slower with Rusty.
Yeah. If it's not changed, I already have it. Okay.
Skinner will be up there with you.
Yeah, he's strong.
It has
Jeremy hadn't dropped off any either, you know. I mean, he got caught up with Cope there. Did you see him? He almost spun out.
Yeah.
Well, we have plenty of time to rehearse, I can tell you. We're just getting started.
Which is first, Sportsline? Thank you. Good energy, guys. Good.
I don't know. I don't know.
Don't know for sure. I do not know. I think he would have had to because he was not in that lead pack, but sorry, guys. After today's race, get a complete wrap-up with the latest news from the track, plus audio interviews and more at cbs.sportsline.com, or log on to America Online and go to keyword CBS Sports Line. Yesterday at Torrey Pines, Tiger Woods blistered the course. The Buick Invitational is coming up next, and Tiger with a 62 yesterday now is 15 under par with the lead. Billy Ray Brown is 1 stroke back with 3 tied, 2 strokes off the lead. That's coming up later today on CBS Sports. At 64 laps, Rusty Wallace is the leader. NASCAR's most popular driver, Bill Elliott. As you watch from our Super 8 roof cam, Elliott has climbed to 8th place. He started 37th today. A little further back, Terry Labonte leads a pack around. Labonte is the 11th place car, number 5. Strong shot to win today.
Ned, with your watch up here, he's clocking all these cars. Who's the quickest car out there?
Jeff Gordon is the quickest car right now. We said a moment ago that he was 4 3/4 seconds behind the leader, Rusty Wallace. Now he has cut it down to 3 3/10 of a second, so he's definitely gaining on him.
Average speed thus far, 184.5 miles an hour. No Daytona 500 has been run caution-free since 1962. Last year, we had a shot at it. Didn't see the first yellow flag to lap 126 of 200. There's Gordon. Look at that graphic, Ned. He's more than a mile an hour faster than the race leader, and he's pulling Kenny Schrader in 33 and Mark Martin's number 6 right along with them. He's chasing this pack.
Yes, he's pulling a long string of cars back there.
Jeremy Mayfield dropped out of that front group, and you see that right now Jeff Gordon and them are getting a little bit of tow from him because he's in between the 2 packs. That'll help them catch that much quicker.
3-car breakaway, then Mayfield all by himself, and then this train of 11 cars trying to run them down. Ralph Shaheen.
Mike, this is what a brand new Goodyear Eagle racing tire looks like that they're utilizing here today. Here's the set that just came off Mike Skinner's car. Now the one that's under the tarp back here that all the Goodyear officials are looking at with Mike Skinner's crew is coming apart right here in the middle of the tire. Larry McReynolds, the crew chief, thinks it didn't happen until when he slid to a stop because he didn't complain of any problems. They're going to have Goodyear take a look at that tire. Dick?
And I'm down at Bobby Labonte's pit. We've had Goodyear people down here as well. Phil Homer said he thinks that the only problem is that with the colder temperatures that some of the crews have taken what he called a very aggressive suspension setup. To Bill Stevens.
Well, the McDonald's drive-thru crew for Bill Elliott has certainly had a busy week. They have had not 1, not 2, not 3, but 11 engines in that car at one time or another. Ernie Elliott keeps building them. They keep changing them. They're happy with the one that's in there now, and they only made a 2-tire stop in that last pit stop to maintain track position.
Let's update you on 2 drivers that were in the top 10 before pit stops but are no longer. Dale Earnhardt has dropped to 20th position. Jimmy Spencer has dropped out of that lead group to 24th.
Mike, coming off turn 4 there, Jeff Gordon, you can see he's run Jeremy Mayfield down just in front of them. That's the first 3 positions up there. They'll catch this bunch in a hurry. They have the draft off the front bunch, and now Jeremy Mayfield, one of the fastest cars out there, has some help.
Gordon Chevrolet lined up on Mayfield's Ford. Mayfield has lost his teammate, Rusty Wallace, who is up leading this race right here with Dale Jarrett and Mike Skinner. Now look at the interval from this group of 3. It's about a dozen, 15 car lengths to the next pack, but this train is coming.
It is coming. It's coming much faster than those front 3 are running. Rusty Wallace, his lap times now are about 47.90 to 48 seconds flat. When Dale Jarrett was leading before they made the pit stop, he was running about 47.60 to 47.70. So they're running about 0.3 of a second slower than they were at that time. But adjustments might have made the difference.
Bill Elliott drops to the back of this pack behind Bobby Hamilton. Rusty Wallace told me this morning after the driver's meeting, I've got a great car here.
Look at that sandwich wrapper up there on that hood pin. You think it didn't get in the workout?
When he went through the drive-through, they just left a little sandwich wrapper there.
Look at this. This is what I'm talking about right there. That thing's really getting a workout. That's a hot dog wrapper at 200 miles an hour.
It's amazing that it stays on that long.
Well, you said goodbye.
Bobby Labonte just ahead of Bill Elliott. Let's go to Ken Squire.
This is the 17th try for Rusty Wallace to win the 500. He came here in 1984 in the 125-mile qualifier. He went side over side a dozen times off turn 2. It was replicated in 1993. Many have felt that Wallace was gun-shy about this track, but he certainly doesn't look gun-shy today, Mike.
No, Ken, he's led 13 laps today. In his previous 16 appearances in the Daytona 500, he had led only a total of 11 laps. So Wallace, he does have a strong horse today.
Mike, what we were talking about, look at this. Yes, he is very strong, but look at this, but they have run him down from way back. They were 200-300 yards back just a couple of laps back. Now it's a big train again.
And they don't want to ride in line. That group wants to race.
They want to race. They want to get up there and lead this Daytona 500. Here comes Mayfield. He's trying to make a run on Jarrett, but no room there.
Where that white line is at the bottom of the racetrack, it goes from 18 degrees to flat here in the tri-oval and 31 degrees to flat up here in the banking at the west side of the Speedway. Do not dip your tires below that white line.
I'm watching Jeremy Mayfield in the 12 there. He's looking on the inside of Dale Jarrett down the front straightaway. He knows he has some help with Jeff Gordon if he can come with him.
He's got to get back up in line, though, before the banking, and does so single file. Number 2 on the left side of your screen is the leader, Rusty Wallace. 88, Dale Jarrett. Number 12, Jeremy Mayfield. 24, Jeff Gordon. 33, Kenny Schrader right back in it with a 6 of Mark Martin. We are 71 laps into the 41st Daytona 500 live on CBS. We'll be right back.
How do you say goodbye to a record you had 19 years?
Cam, we're going to go get Robin up here, okay?
Yeah, we'll have Kevin Hamlin. We have him now, as a matter of fact.
Did I answer you a second ago? I mean, I did, didn't I? Yeah.
Yep, we're fine.
Jag and Blimp.
He's been running by himself out there. Now he's trying to help.
Buddy, if we get to talking about Earnhardt.
Okay, Pam, I'm in position.
Maybe.
Just pick that pace up with those other cars up there. He's running 47.60.
Yeah.
So those other cars have helped that.
Those are your leaders today that have 5 bonus points towards the champion.
Okay. Tuesday on CBS, the militia accuses a Navy SEAL of murder. Is it an act of vengeance or an act of war? Montel Williams guest stars on an all-new Jag Tuesday on CBS. This great overhead coverage from 1,000 feet above Daytona International Speedway from the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes, a continuing tradition that began in 1960 here on CBS at the Orange Bowl. 75 laps complete. As you watch from the Goodyear blimp, Rusty Wallace leads Jarrett and Mayfield, 3 Fords at the front.
And we have a 6-car pull-away right now. Mike, I mentioned a little bit earlier that when Dale Jarrett was leading earlier that he was running like 47.60. Once Jeff Gordon and these other cars caught up to them, Rusty Wallace has picked up the pace. So I think that 6 cars can run faster than 3 cars because he's running 47.50 to 47.60 now in lap times.
Buddy, is that a surprise?
Yeah, no, not really, because the longer the train, the less turbulence you have in between cars. So the longer train you have, the quicker that lead car can break through the air.
Dale Earnhardt has drifted way back in this race. He is the 20th place car after starting 4th and winning his qualifying race on Thursday. Here's Ken Squire.
Keep your eye on the Pontiac number 36 of Ernie Irvan, who started 31st today. And recall that this is his first time back since that serious crash at Talladega, Alabama, where he reactivated some of those injuries sustained back in '94 in Michigan. And right now, Ernie Irvan has pulled himself up into the 8th position. He's having a ride, Michael.
And that Pontiac, that yellow Pontiac, is a quick one, Ken. And Irvan feels he can do it today.
You know, you were just talking about Earnhardt. He's almost a half a lap down right now to the leaders.
You're right, buddy. He's 17 seconds behind the lead car. You're watching from Mike Skinner. Skinner is now the 7th place car in that Richard Childress Chevrolet. Looking back at Ernie Irvan. Dick Berggren, what's wrong with Dale Earnhardt?
Well, how about if we ask his crew chief? We're so used to seeing you guys in the lead. Seeing you way back is so strange. What's wrong?
Well, we had a little miscue on that pit stop. When we lost the pack of cars we were running with, we desperately need a caution right now so we can catch back up.
Yeah, he kind of got running by himself and just got stuck in the back. They say the car's okay. Terrell.
We're with crew chief Robin Pemberton for Rusty Wallace. Robin, you seem to run better with the bigger pack of cars. Is it better for the car to have 6 behind you like that?
Yeah, it takes good 4 or 5 cars to get a good draft. You know, when it was just the 3 of them up front, they're about 47, 80s or 90s, and now they're 50s or 60s. So 3 cars don't cut it. You got to have at least 4.
To Bill Stevens.
Kenny Schrader having a great run, but you wouldn't have believed it if you saw the speeds he was running in happy hour yesterday. He was at the bottom of the page. The reason? Well, they didn't stay out too long. A little apprehension with this team. Crew chief Sammy Johns told me, discretion the better part of valor. They wanted to park that car. It was running so well, they didn't want to risk having an accident in that last practice.
A car that is wrecked in practice, and the team has to go to a backup car. They have to go to the back of the starting grid. That's the reason there. If there was an incident on track that required the use of the caution flag and to slow the field behind the pace car, that would allow those cars that are running well behind the leaders to catch up in that line when they slow under caution. That's what Earnhardt is looking for, to try to get back with a pack to draft with. Back up front.
Right now, Earnhardt is running 18 seconds behind the leader. That's not quite a half a lap, but it's a long way.
Rusty Wallace, 0 for 16 in the Daytona 500. He has taken some wild tumbles here. Set a goal 2 years ago to just finish this race, and did. And has worked his way up into contention, both last year and this, to win the 500. His 17th try to win the great race.
Mike, at the end of this line right here is a very, very cagey driver, and he won his first race ever at Daytona this past week. Mark Martin's just sitting there in that 6 car, riding along in that front draft, and this is the best effort he's ever had at Daytona.
What this lead pack is trying to do right now is draft away from the rest of the field. That's why you're not seeing them passing. Each of these drivers is a proven commodity. They are all past Winston Cup race winners, and they know that to put themselves and keep themselves in a position to win by staying in that front pack amongst proven drivers that they can trust at 190 miles an hour is their best chance to be up front at the end of the day.
And certainly the least number that you can have up there, the better chances you have at the end, even though that 6-car pack is running some of the better laps that we've seen here today. They would like to get on away from the others.
One driver moving up is Wally Dallenbach. He's new with Rick Hendrick Motorsports as a full-time driver this year, as you watch from our Budweiser cam. Now, if Louie and Frank were stuck to that hood pin, no, let's not go there.
I didn't know those folks could talk till I saw our last commercial.
Wally's moving up. He started 34th, and now he's running in 19th place. The former SCCA Road Racing Trans Am champion, pulling alongside Darren Cope and running right behind Kyle Petty. Kyle had a big grin on his face. He was a cameraman yesterday down in the pits. His son, Adam, a fourth-generation Petty racing here at Daytona. And Kyle was a proud dad. He was snapping pictures of everything.
Boy, what a talent, too. I mean, he drove the wheels off that car all day long.
Finished in the top 10, 6th I think it was. Just a great day for him.
Now that lead draft may get a little longer. Once again, the second pack is closing in on the 6 front runners.
Exactly. The minute they quit trying to pass each other back there, they started closing back in on that front group. Side by side, don't get it if you're trying to catch them.
Mike Skinner is the guy who is pulling that second pack. He has a very fast race car. We saw him lead this race for a while, a little bit earlier. And he hasn't lost any of that speed. He just got shuffled out of the draft there. But there's some racing going on back there in that flat.
Bill Elliott is up high. That's the number 94, and Chad Little, 97, as they race. Teammates Bobby Labonte and Tony Stewart, the green and orange Pontiac.
And a brother just in front of you up there, the number 5, Terry Labonte, pulling Bobby Labonte, and teammate there, as you said.
That battle is for 10th place. There is Kenny Irwin, that black and orange, number 28 from Robert Yates Racing, teammate to Dale Jarrett, the former USAC open wheel champion, last year's Rookie of the Year on the Winston Cup circuit. Here's Bill Stevens.
Kenny Irwin has sliced through the field from 41st up to 10th. I just spoke to his crew chief, Doug Richard, and I said, what's Kenny saying to you? He says, he's not saying much. When you're doing that well, you don't say anything.
Good ride for Irwin. Not much for the fans in the stands with those programmable scatters to listen to on that channel.
Kenny feels that he has something to prove this year. His rookie year last year was not what he expected. That number 28 car is a very high-profile car, and maybe he put too much pressure on himself. Maybe other people expected too much of him, because it's tough for a rookie to come into this series, regardless of how good of a race car you got, and win week in and week out. And he wants to show people that he can drive one of these things, and he can. He's a very good talent.
And he had very little full-fendered race car experience before he came to Winston Cup. He spent a year in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, did very well there, but everything else that he had driven had been open-wheeled, lightweight race cars.
He had a good run in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series for a year and then moved into Winston Cup, and boy, that was a big jump.
84 laps are complete. We're closing in on halfway as you ride with Robert Presley, chasing Michael Waltrip in the 41st annual Daytona 500. We'll be right back.
Doug Gates' car.
When we come back, guys, if we can show that second pack has caught him. Mike Skinner's back up there.
They've separated that. Part of that second pack has separated themselves from the other part of that track. And
yeah, well, Kenny Irwin just kind of scuffled back a little bit, but he'll pick up that other group and they'll come up.
Eric, can I get in before halfway on speed, please? Thank you.
That puts us in trouble. Kenny better hurry. When they start picking the draft up on those cars, they will check out.
I'll tell you one thing, guys have been real quiet on the radios down here today.
Yeah, we're
Not
getting the
much
same
conversation.
Same thing here. Nothing's being said. So which was on the backstretch, Bam? Wind. Okay. Okay.
You know, if you guys bump into any past winners, Cale or anybody down there that has a historical connection to this.
Well, Reggie Jackson was here.
Let's see. Steve Park, I see Ricky Rudd, Wood Brothers car, so on and so on. This Johnny Benson.
Tonight on CBS, how difficult is it for criminals to buy guns? Let some undercover cops show you how easy it is. Tonight on 60 Minutes. Then Olympic gold medalist Tara Lipinski guest stars on an all-new Touched by an Angel, followed by an emotional story inspired by true events. A woman's search for her true mother. ER's Gloria Rubin and Anne Bancroft star in the CBS Sunday movie Deep in My Heart, tonight on CBS. Saturday at 1 o'clock, conference crunch time on CBS Sports, NCAA hoops coverage. Tubby Smith's Kentucky Wildcats tangle with Nolan Richardson's Arkansas Razorbacks, or you'll see Miami battle the #2 UConn Huskies next Saturday on CBS. Here's the new Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of NASCAR, Mike Helton, in the drivers' meeting introducing Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. He said, "We're honored to have with us a member of the highest court in the land." He said, "Okay, after Bill France, the second highest court in this land."
Exactly.
And congratulations to Mike on his new responsibilities overseeing all the day-to-day activities of NASCAR. Bill France Jr. remains Chief Executive Officer and President.
Yeah, Mike Helton's a nice guy. You see Rusty Wallace right now. He is flying around this racetrack. This front group, they're closing in on some pretty good race cars. Darrell Waltrip is in jeopardy of going a lap down in just a second, just in front of several good race cars in front of him.
Well, their speed has picked up since he's picked up the draft of those cars are coming up the lap. He's running about 47.50 now, and he had slowed down to about 47.75 to 80, but he's picking up the draft of those cars, and the closer they get, the faster they'll go.
Fellas, I can't put a finger on it as to why this is going on, but can you imagine we're halfway? It's just that the driving is so excellent this year. Here we are, 185-mile-an-hour average. We had not one caution. When Buddy Baker set that record back in 1980 at 177 miles an hour, we had 5 cautions, 15 laps under yellow. Hasn't been one today. The execution of these guys, amazing with these restrictor plate engines. Buddy, your record could be challenged out here.
You know what? I'd rather have a good, safe race than to keep a record. So this is a great race right now. They're getting around here. And in the meeting this morning, in the drivers' meeting, they said, okay, you guys are the greatest drivers in the world. Act like it.
Let's go to Ralph Shaheen.
Mike, Rusty Wallace has won plenty of races over his career, but the other night at dinner, he told me the story about the first race he ever won. It was a heat race in a late model stock car. He says, you know, I was so excited. I was transferring on to the main event. I got the car into the main event. We started the race. I forgot to gas the thing up, and I run out of fuel just a few laps in. Something tells me he won't have that problem today.
There's Wallace's #2 beginning to lap his brother Mike Wallace and some of these other cars. That is one great thing about the heroes of NASCAR. None of them came out of high school to full scholarships. None of them came out of college to $1 million signing bonus. Every one of these drivers started out on a quarter-mile track running Saturday night somewhere, be it Caribou, Maine, or El Cajon, California, or anywhere in between. There are thousands of short tracks to race every weekend. And if you're having fun today, folks, get out and see one of them this summer, because that's where the future stars of this circuit will come from.
And every fan in that grandstand, that's where they started out also. That's where your fan base comes from to make this great event, the Daytona 500.
There's a racetrack in every state but Rhode Island, and they've got a pretty good one right next door at Seekonk, Massachusetts. The Winston Racing Series of NASCAR runs on those short tracks all summer long. So call NASCAR, or as we say, check your local listing, and get out to see a race this summer. Kenny Wallace is down on the track apron as they come through the tri-oval here, and he is off the pace.
He is definitely off the pace. Looks like smoke coming from underneath the car, and also the Elliott Sadler car, #21, is in the pits.
Ned, he had drifted way up high on the racetrack 1 lap ago, and the rookie driver driving for the Wood brothers, who have won this race 5 times, has an early stop.
Yeah, and that was right in front of the leaders. When he went up high there, you could see how fast the leaders were going by there.
Kenny Wallace has lost, apparently, the engine. No oil pressure, he radioed to his crew.
And I doubt if he'll be able to coast back around to the pits. It'll be interesting to see. Will they get the car off the racetrack somewhere where they won't need to throw a caution, or will they just stop out there somewhere?
I'm going to make a little bet here. I bet he does not let his brother have to have a caution right now. He's going to probably pull that car off somewhere out of the way.
The drivers were advised in the drivers' meeting this morning that there are several locations on the backstretch where they can turn in out of harm's way. We'll see if Wallace chooses to do so or try to get to the pits and see if they can make repairs. We've been caution-free here so far, and we're 6 laps from halfway.
He's still out there just on the edge of the racetrack.
And there's a $10,000 bonus for the halfway, and then you see that Jeremy Mayfield has taken over second from Dale Jarrett. Got up there with his teammate. Caution is out.
Oil on the racetrack. Reports on some of the in-car radios. So they will come to the caution flag for the first time today.
And they'll race back to the caution flag. Some of those drivers about to go a lap down, and Steve Park is one of them. He will stay on the lead lap, but Jeff Burton was not so lucky. He just had gone a lap down.
As well as Darrell Waltrip and the other guys. That is really bad racing luck when you get caught like that.
Caution come out the next lap.
Yeah.
First caution of the day, and we were coming up anyway on the second round of green flag pit stops. So Dick Berggren, pit road will be a busy place.
Maybe Rusty Wallace didn't want to see this caution flag, but Dale Jarrett sure did. He ran over some debris on the racetrack about a half or 3/4 of a lap ago. He didn't know if he'd cut a tire down or not. Right now, that's all going to be academic because he will be coming in, as will everybody else, for 4 tires.
You could see that Kenny had pulled off the racetrack, but the oil was the reason for the caution.
Last year, the first caution flag in the race didn't occur until lap 126. We are 95 laps into the Daytona 500. 5 laps from halfway.
There are still 31 cars on the lead lap, and all of those will be coming into the pits.
When they open pit road to the competitors, only those cars on the lead lap will be allowed to pit. Cars that are 1 or more laps down have to wait until the second time by before they can come in and get their service. On pit road, whether it's under the green flag or under caution, the cars are limited to 55 miles an hour. In the interest of safety for the pit crews, 7 men are allowed to jump over the wall and service the race cars. Kenny Wallace getting a push from one of the wreckers to come back around either to pit road or the garage area. As they line up and peel off, all the lead lap cars this time should come to pit road.
Ricky Rudd is one of those who has just gone a lap down, so he'll have to stay out there a lap.
We're watching first, second, and third place, top to bottom, on the left side of your screen. Dick Berggren.
Dale Jarrett in the pits right now. He's the one that was lucky to catch that caution flag. Robbie Hancock's going to do the front tires. Brad Parents on the back. Steve Allen's on the gas. Mike Ford on the jack. Going to make a full tire change here. To Ralph.
Rusty Wallace's crew going to work. Bill Wilburn changing the front tires. Mark Armstrong working on the rears. They made no changes to the car. He had a great stop. He gets out just in front of Dale Jarrett. That's right where they wanted him. He is in great shape. They are really pumped down here. To Bill Stevens.
Mike Skinner just completed his stop. 2 cans of fuel, 4 tires. He was out in 18 seconds. A fine stop for the Lowe's crew.
So coming off pit road, Rusty Wallace leads Dale Jarrett once again. Jeremy Mayfield is about 3 spots further back after pit stop. And the hood is up on Bobby Labonte's car. That is not a good sign.
We had heard earlier that the engine had a little bit of a skip in it. They're probably looking at wires and things to see if they can find it. Dick Berggren?
Well, Dale Jarrett's also got a problem. He's apparently picked up some sort of a hole in the front fender, and they are going to bring that car back in again on pit road. You saw the problems that happen when there are troubles on pit road with a green flag racing. Guy gets out of the lead pack, and he is really in trouble. Meanwhile, the 18th, Bobby Labonte, still on pit road. They are trying to find that skip. They have tried to figure it out all day. This time, they're taking no chances. Look at this. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 mechanics under the hood simultaneously. 5 of them all trying to find it. And you heard it. That engine is not running sweet right now. It has decidedly got to skip. Tough day for Labonte. They had run so well early on.
Now, Dick, they have the luxury of time. With the field running behind the pace car under caution, it gives Labonte about 2 minutes and 30 seconds to service that car. He will still be on the lead lap when he comes around. We're under caution at lap 96. CBS coverage continues after this message and a word from your local station. They had to come back around, buddy. They had to come back around. That's why that didn't get updated. It's okay.
Oh, I thought this was hard copy. I'm sorry.
one of you guys down there in the pits can have one of the good engine builders explain.
He just can't. It's too tight here, and we're having a real hard time getting the camera anywhere in these two pits, Pam.
I was going to explain why they have skip at turning that little bit of RPM. They run lighter valve springs and all to get the power out of these plate motors. You know?
What were you saying, buddy?
They run lighter valve springs. They run a high lift cam and everything to get power into those restrictor plate cars. So, you know, an engine builder could explain why they have
International Speedway and the 1999 Daytona 500. And by Pep-Boys. Cars like us, people love us.
I'm going to see if I can find Rusty's engine builder and see if we can't do like what Buddy was talking about.
Hey, Pam, you got to take a look at this front tire that's off Dale Jarrett's car. You can see where he ran over that debris. Get the camera here.
Steve Park, Mike Joy at CBS. We're in commercial, but can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, 10-4.
Okay, if it's a long caution, we'll try to get a word with you before we go back to green.
A lot of people felt like Winston might be out of the picture during the week, I guess, because Allen all week long, we haven't heard much about him, really, not in practice.
CBS Sports presentation of the Daytona 500 is sponsored by Visa, the official card of Daytona 500. Use the card, drive the sport. Pepsi, proud sponsor of the Daytona International Speedway and the 1999 Daytona 500. And by Pep-Boys, cars like us, people love us.
We welcome you back to Daytona International Speedway under caution flag as we approach the halfway point of the race. Greg Gumbel along with Ken Squire. We've talked about the cars that are running strong. What about the ones that are surprising you today, Ken?
Well, I'll tell you one that's really surprising me now is Chad Little, the number 97 car. No one's given him too much of a call, and he's worked his way up to 7th spot. He's one of the leading cars that is running for the Jack Roush team at the present time. Look for that number 97 in the second half of this race. He could pull a real surprise. He came from dead last and won out here 4 years ago in the 300 on Saturday. Talk about 3 hours of intensity. We've sure got it here today.
Why the big difference, Ken, in yesterday's race and today's with all the incidents as compared to relatively few mishaps out there today?
Most competitive automobile racing in the world. These are the world's best. These are the top 43 seats, and they're certainly proving it with the exhibition they've given us thus far.
All right, Ken. Mike Joy.
Thanks, Greg. What a competitive race so far. But Ned Jarrett, what a safe race so far. And just a lot of working together, giving a little room, taking a little room, but a lot of drivers working together out there, not being overly aggressive.
Yeah, there has been a lot of give and take out there, and I think after we saw what had happened in the days leading up to this race today, sometimes that's a wake-up call for the drivers, and I'm glad to see it, that they're able just to get out there and race, give the other guy a little bit of ground when he needs it, and then when you get down near the end of this thing, that's the time to really go for it.
Buddy, when you won this race, you had unrestricted engines, you had the power to pull out and pass. It's a whole different game now.
Well, it is, and everybody finds somebody they're comfortable running with, and about the time they think everything's great, somebody will jump on the outside and they say, I got to go with him. Heck with this teammate or whatever, I got to go.
Let's go to Dick Berggren.
Well, this is the tire that was on the front of Dale Jarrett's car. He did run over a piece of debris. Look at this. That thing is almost cut all the way through. He got really lucky, and there indeed is a hole in the front grille area of that car. Jarrett just radioed and asked Jeff Gordon, take a look at that thing. They have decided that even though they've got the hole, they're just going to leave it alone. Just going to leave it alone. Meanwhile, Bobby Labonte has been back in, and they've changed plug wires on that car.
Cars lining up for the restart. Let's try to get a word with sophomore driver Steve Park. Steve, you got a great break there at the caution, hanging on to the lead lap. What kind of race are you having there today?
I'll tell you guys, we had a little bit of a goof up in the pits. I slid through the pits, made a little bit of a rookie mistake. My guys on the Pennzoil team did a good job of coming back from that, and we just had to drive our butts off and get on the lead lap. But I got to go back to work, guys. Thanks.
Steve Park is on the lead lap, running in 28th position, thanks to Racing Electronics, who provide our communication with the drivers and our pit scanners. Bobby Labonte is back in, having another look under the hood, and this will cost them a bit. Now here is Dale Jarrett's nose of this car. Now they said there was a hole in the fender, and a little bit of aerodynamic upset to that Ford Taurus.
Well,
and
it looks like it's right in this area, Mike.
They've got it pretty well taped up, so hopefully that won't be a consequence to Jarrett as we get ready to go back to 190 miles an hour.
Mike, anything that you have happen to the leading edge of a race car is important, because it's like the leading edge of a wing on an airplane. You don't want any dents, you want it very smooth.
But the reason they didn't come in and fix that is because they didn't want to give up the track position. There's still 31 cars on the lead lap, and that's where he would have restarted this race.
Green flag at halfway in the Daytona 500. Bobby Labonte comes out of the pits, and he will go a lap down, perhaps, as this field comes to speed.
Let me add to that, as they go through the corner here, 2x2, he might have a little dent there, but as long as he's tucked right up under another car, it don't even address the air.
One thing that we can watch for here, fellas, we got the halfway mark, but there's $10,000 for leading the halfway mark. Okay, they got to run 5 laps, and whoever's leading at the end of 5 laps will get that bonus from Gatorade.
Bobby Labonte comes up to speed as the pack catches him, so the 125-mile qualifying winner will drop 1 lap off the leader.
That's how fast they go by.
Jeff Gordon is back up in contention. Here comes his number 24, steaming along up the outside and pulling a train with him as they chase Rusty Wallace.
Well, he made a move on Dale Jarrett, got up beside of him on the last lap coming off of turn 4, but that didn't work for him, Mike, and it slid him back a little bit. Nobody went with him up there, and so now he's got some help there from the number 28 car. Maybe can help pull him back up through there.
2 Fords and a Chevrolet head this field. Rusty Wallace, Dale Jarrett, Mike Skinner, Jeff Gordon, Jeremy Mayfield, and Mark Martin. You're watching from Jeff Burton's car at number 28, Kenny Irwin.
Kenny Irwin right now is running an 8th spot. You're looking back right now as he comes up.
3 wide into the tri-oval. Bobby Labonte trying to get back up to challenge and come back up on the lead lap as that green car on the inside.
Of course, what he has to do, he has to pass the leader and then hope for a caution flag.
102 laps complete in the Daytona 500. Mike Joy with Buddy Baker and Ned Jarrett topside. Rusty Wallace trying to win his first 500. Dale Jarrett trying to win his 3rd. They lead Mike Skinner, Jeremy Mayfield, Jeff Gordon, Kenny Irwin in 6th, Mark Martin, Chad Little, Ernie Irvin, and Bobby Hamilton 10th. Bill Elliott, Kenny Schrader, Terry Labonte, Ward Burton, and Sterling Marlin 15th. Then Dale Earnhardt, Kyle Petty, Jimmy Spencer, Michael Waltrip, and Joe Nemechek 20th. Rick Maz, outside pole sitter Tony Stewart, Kevin LePage, Robert Presley, Bickle, Musgrave, Nadeau, Park, Dallenbach, and Jeffrey Bodine are the cars on the lead lap. 29 of them, 30 of them rather.
Ned was just talking about these guys going for that $10,000 at halfway. Darrell Waltrip tells a funny story about that. He said he was running as hard as he could in 8th place, and Junior Johnson said the money lap's coming up, go up there and get it.
It'd be tough for the 8th place car in this race to go up there and get it. It's going to be tough for the 2nd place car to go get it.
8th place car is Chad Little, number 97.
As Ken Squire pointed out, he's having a great run here. Chad Little always seems to run this racetrack so well. He won a Busch race here several years ago when he was running in that series.
Now, I've got to ask you, okay, $10,000 for the halfway lap. That's nice. Yeah. But did you ever meet a race driver who thought about money when he was out there?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're talking to one, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking to say, it matters.
Oh,
you don't read the, you don't read and see what everything pays, but your crew does. And they go, okay, $10,000, 2 laps.
Come on, buddy. Didn't you want to win more than you wanted to get paid?
Oh, yeah, for sure. You know that. But I got paid.
But when that money's up there for grabs, they want to try to get it.
Jeff Burton looking back at Chad Little. Kyle Petty, Bill Elliott in the middle of that pack. Here's Bill Stevens.
Chad Little with the fastest speed in happy hour yesterday is very happy about that car. I spoke with him and his crew chief, Jeff Hammond, this morning. The thing that they were thrilled about was yesterday in happy hour, they could keep up with all of the faster cars. Gordon, Earnhardt, Wallace. They knew that they'd have a shot at this race today based on yesterday.
It is getting dicey out there.
Yeah, as we were watching just now, Kyle Petty made contact with Ricky Rudd. Two great drivers. That's why we don't have another caution right now.
Kyle Petty, his 18th try to win the Daytona 500. Ricky Rudd trying for the 22nd time to win this race.
Here comes Skinner.
31, Mike Skinner.
Got a run on Dale Jarrett.
Here comes Jarrett with Jeff Gordon behind him on the outside. Buddy, when they run like this, is it exciting or frustrating out there?
No, that's exciting. Let me tell you, if you don't like the heat, you shouldn't get in the kitchen. Right there, you have to want to do this.
Rusty Wallace may have got a little nudge there. And here comes Jarrett around the outside.
Well, Wallace, I'm pretty sure picked up the halfway bonus, the $10,000, because he's been out there long enough, I think.
Correct.
Yeah, but we're talking about the Daytona 500. Look at these guys go at it here.
Rusty Wallace has 48 Winston Cup wins, 21 on super speedways, 21 on short tracks, and 6 road race wins. But in these restrictor plate races where the engines are restricted at the world's two fastest tracks, Daytona and Talladega, he is looking for his first victory.
I think I'm going to quit worrying about Dale Jarrett and that front end on that car. He pulled out there. He hadn't lost an inch to anybody. He is flying around this racetrack. He and Rusty Wallace side by side down the front straightaway. Jeff Gordon on the outside looking high there.
Gordon trying to push Jarrett on by and then hope that he can make a run on him. But they slowed down about a second that last lap, buddy, running side by side.
Yeah, anytime you do that, you're cutting a hole in the air there that's almost half the track wide.
Riding with Mark Martin. Roof cam on the Valvoline Ford. There's where Mark has been today, as high as 6th. Back in the pack as well. Gordon drifts a little bit high. Irwin sees a little room, and here comes Ernie Irvin.
Now, him moving up like that hurt the 88 car's chances of staying right up there side by side. You could see it. It was almost like he was pulling him backwards.
The two fastest Fords here, Rusty Wallace and Dale Jarrett. Pull the train around here on 2 tracks.
You see, Kenny, Ernie Irvin there got caught in the middle. They were 3 wide there, almost an accident.
Coasting down the backstretch, Ricky Craven out of power. I believe he'll make it to pit road.
He is going into turn 3 right now where the leaders are about to come in there, but he's down on the apron out of their way.
Boy, I always loved it when they were running side by side with me and me leading. I would get on the straightaway and just give them each a half a car to draft on. I wouldn't let them have the full advantage of being able to draft on the whole car.
Ward Burton, our Siemens in-car camera for Bill and Gail Davis race team. Ward's having a great day. He's been with the lead pack all day long.
Skinner on the outside right now looking over Rusty Wallace, trying to take a lead. That car has amazing power to me.
Trying to put a Chevrolet back in the front of the Daytona 500 is Mike Skinner. That's his number 31.
And here comes Rusty's teammate up there, the car number 12 of Jeremy Mayfield, going to push Rusty right on back up there.
They started darting around there. I thought I was watching the last lap of 1979 again with Cale and Donnie.
Yeah, those things, you know, you talk about cars being stable. They're not stable at close to 200 miles an hour. That's a lot of air going around these race cars. A little vacuum, like when you pass a big truck on the highway, your car will buff it back and forth. That's what those drivers are feeling.
Mike Skinner has led 17 laps today, but he did not lead that one. Wallace remains out front. Here's Dick Berggren.
And as we watch those 2 cars up front, you can certainly see one of the wonderful advantages of a 2-car team. But there's a downside as well. When something goes wrong with one car, it can go wrong with the other as well. The 20 car, Tony Stewart, who started on the outside pole, his engine is skipping, just like Bobby Labonte. The team car, both Joe Gibbs cars, engines skipping. They don't know what's wrong with either one of them. Mike?
Bobby Hamilton may have brushed the wall. The 4 car was in the middle of that second pack and has now drifted back and may lose touch with the draft. Kenny Schrader, Kenny Irwin, a couple of ex-USAC open wheelers side by side, the green 33, the black 28 there. Bill Stevens?
Just spoke to the crew chief for Bobby Hamilton, Charlie Presley. On that last pit stop, they started playing with the tape on the front of the car. They tried to get the front end of the car to play more, and maybe you guys in the booth can explain what he was talking about.
Well, they use tape to either make the car tighter or looser. They put more tape on the car, it'll loosen it up a little bit, make it run faster down the straightaway. And of course, if they want to make it a little bit tighter, they'll take tape off.
Well, the other thing, when you put a lot of tape on the front, you get more downforce. It gets more grip on the front. Less tape makes the back a little bit more secure.
There you look at those cars coming through the tri-oval once again, 112 laps complete. They put tape across the grille to prevent too much air from going through the radiator that would slow the car's speed. 112 laps. Rusty Wallace is the leader. His teammate, young Kentucky driver Jeremy Mayfield, lined up right on his back bumper, right where he wants to be. We'll be back to Daytona live on CBS after this.
Skinner's in.
Yeah, okay.
I did not hear that. I'm sorry, I apologize.
You know who's going? I'm going to tell you something. If Kenny Irwin, I mean, if he keeps doing what he's doing right now, he started 41st, and he's in 6th place right now. You know that?
He's flying race car.
I mean, that's a hoss.
Buddy?
Yeah.
Remember Kenny Irwin here in October?
Yeah. Something's not right with the 6. He's bouncing all over the place, and he can't get a good handle on it. They're asking him what he needs, and he doesn't know.
You guys remember these are those special shocks that, you know, they're gas filled, and a lot of times things can go wrong with those things, okay?
Start leaking in the inside and stuff.
Wait a minute, that's too technical.
Tony Stewart's going to run away. It's gotten much worse. Yeah. He's with me. I'm going to go over where Stewart will wind up pulling it in. So we'll be there when he comes in.
All right, Tim, I'm going to get up to Jimmy Fennig over here and say, hey, you won the shootout. What's wrong with you today?
That's good.
Ralph Mark is running 8.
Is sponsored by Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR. Hey, race fans, this...
Bobby Hamilton said he didn't hit the wall.
Okay. Thank you. He sure climbed the hill and looked like he did.
Yeah, he probably kissed it a little bit.
All right.
It's okay.
They're going to take a quick look at it on pit road. If they can't fix it on pit road, they're going to pull it behind the wall.
This CBS Sports Race Summary is sponsored by Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR. Hey, race fans, this Bud's for you.
Back live at Daytona International Speedway after 113 of 200 laps. We have had 5 leaders. The current leader, Rusty Wallace, an average speed now of just over 174 miles an hour. Just the one caution, and of the 43 starters, just 2 cars are out. John Andretti, Kenny Wallace, both with engine problems. Let's go to Dick Berggren.
Tony Stewart has pulled into pit road where they're going to try to do a quick diagnosis and see if they can figure out what's wrong with the electrical system of his car. If they can't fix it quickly here on pit road, he will go behind the wall, pull the valve cover, and lose many laps. At any rate, he has no chance to win the Daytona 500 in his rookie start. Mike?
The former Indy Racing League champion was the second fastest driver in qualifying, started here on the outside pole. Ernie Irvin working low on the racetrack, trying to pick up spots as things get racy in that lead pack. Right behind Jeff Gordon, there's Irvin inside Terry Labonte, who's up about as high as Terry has run today in that red number 5 right there next to Irvin.
Well, I tell you what, Jeff Gordon hasn't got many friends out there today. They're ganging up on him. Every time he gets a good run, they'll move the line out on him.
Buddy, one of the racing papers did a survey. What was the best, what was the worst race of the year? Number one answer, 1 out of 5 responses, any race Jeff Gordon won. He is good. He wins a lot. Some people love that. Some folks don't. On the upper left of our screen, like Robert Presley there, displayed in green, that means he's gained a spot in the last lap. Mark Martin, you see, displayed in red, that means he is dropping back.
Yeah, Mark was in 8th place about 2 laps ago, but he's in the 6th pack of cars, so it's not hard to lose 7 or 8 positions.
Ralph Shaheen.
Well, let's find out from crew chief Jimmy Fennig what the story is with Mark Martin. He's been watching him all day long. Here he comes. Jimmy, you guys won the shootout, but struggling today. What's the problem?
Well, it don't seem like nobody wants to work with us, so, well, I don't know. Let's see if we can get some friends out there.
Mike, we were listening in on the scanner, and Mark has been screaming to his spotters, make me some friends. A lot of deals trying to be made on the roof up above you.
Yeah, 2 floors up above us on the roof. Every car has a spotter in radio contact, kind of like mission control with the astronauts. They tell the driver when he's clear going into the corner, when there's no cars in his blind spot, and the spotters talk to each other, trying to link cars that are running together, like Elliott Sadler in the 21 just ahead of Mark Martin, trying to get cars and make deals to go together to move up.
Yeah, and Elliott Sadler is a lap down, but you can see he's running just as fast as the lead group right now, so Mark's kind of caught up there, and he needs somebody that is on the lead lap that's running as fast as these guys leading.
Dick Bergman?
I'm with Tony Stewart, who's just pulled his helmet off. Tony, what is going on with the 2 cars?
I don't know. We're both jinxed today, that's for sure. I guess I brought all my IRL luck over here now. Every time I run anything, it seems like I tear a motor up. So,
what's the racetrack like, Tony?
The wind's pretty tough right now. I mean, a lot of guys are out there, and a lot of us are having trouble off the turn 2 with the cars pushing. So, you know, these guys have done a great job. We keep making adjustments, and the car kept getting better. We just can't get the motor going now.
Is it blowing you around?
Yeah, the wind's pretty strong right now. It's, you know, after you get about 8 or 10 laps on the tires, it's making the cars push really hard off turn 2.
All right, they're going to try to at least find out what's wrong with this one. If they can, they can maybe make an adjustment to Bobby Labonte's car and get him to run better. Mike?
Tony Stewart in the Indy Racing League would either win, it seems, or blow up, and sometimes blow up while leading on the way to a win. But he has a lot of talent. You'll hear a lot from him this year.
I'm sure of that. I'll tell you one thing. Jeff Gordon can get shuffled back to 8th, 10th place, and all of a sudden he just comes right back up on the lead group. He's strong.
But it looks like there might be some hot dog wrapper. What is that white spot?
Paper plate.
Yep, it looks like a paper plate right on Rusty Wallace's grill.
For more on that, here's Ralph.
Well, Robin Pemberton, you got a plate in front of your grill on the left side of the car. Is that going to affect the temperatures of Rusty's machine?
No, it's not blocking anything where we've got an air intake or anything for the radios. We've been watching. It's still about 190 degrees. It's okay.
Are you happy with the way the car is performing? Is it good enough to stay up front?
I only heard, are you happy about the car? And who wouldn't be right now?
This morning, I stood behind Mike Helton and David Hoots as they ran the drivers' meeting, and I looked at drivers' faces. There were a lot of grimaces and grim countenances, and the most relaxed fellow in the whole meeting was Rusty Wallace, sitting, relaxed, joking with folks. Walt Zarnicki next to him for Penske. Caution! Caution is on the Speedway. Slow car in the backstretch has hit the wall coming out of turn number 2.
Jimmy Spencer, look at the damage to the right front corner of that car. That's the reason for the caution.
Here they come to the line, and it will be Jeremy Mayfield leading the Daytona 500 for the first time today, and picking up 5 season bonus points.
Yeah, it's nice to have a teammate that'll let you have those 5 points like that.
You wonder if Spencer might have had a tire problem on that right front, and when it came apart, it just did all that damage. Of course, it's completely down on the pavement now.
And Ned, now there are only 4 drivers on the track eligible for that $1 million bonus. Spencer was one of the Noble 5.
So that leaves Dale Jarrett and Jeff Gordon, Terry Labonte, and Jeremy Mayfield.
You can see the right front is not turning right now. It's pushed all the way back into the firewall there. I don't look for him to return to this race.
That's a tough break for Jimmy. He came here with very high hopes, thinking he had a shot at winning that $1 million bonus.
So Travis Carter's Ford will be headed back to the garage and onto the trailer. And they'll break out a new piece for Rockingham next Sunday, race 2 on the Winston Cup Series. Caution is out again. This is only the second one of the day at lap 122 for Jimmy Spencer. Crashing coming out of turn number 3. Now pit stops would have been due at lap 150. If the team stopped now, they cannot go all the way to the finish. So Ned, do you come in or do you stay out?
I believe they'll come in.
Look at that right front, not turning. And on the door there, the door bars almost come through the sheet metal there. You can see right along in that area right there where it hit so hard, the door bars tried to wear through to the sheet metal there.
Can't get the jack under it. They'll have to lift the car by hand to prop it up, and pit road is open. Here come all the cars on the lead lap, all 28 of them for service. Led by Jeremy Mayfield and Rusty Wallace and Jeff Gordon. Left side of your screen, first, second, and third place cars as they came in. Ralph?
Mike, they wanted Jeremy Mayfield to stop a little bit short so they could get Rusty in cleanly. Earl Barbering has the car up in the air with the jack. They come around to the left side. Robin Pemberton said that this stop will take them within about 15 to 18 laps of the finish of this race. They're in great shape. I got to tell you, I've never heard Rusty so calm on the radio. He's talking so smooth and easy. He's as confident as you can get.
.123 laps into the Daytona 500. A crash on pit road. Two cars collide trying to miss a tire that rolled out from one of the pits. Ernie Irvin's yellow number 36 and the blue number 6 of Mark Martin were the cars that tried to avoid that tire that got kicked out from one of the pit stalls as the cars accelerated away. Well, we'll sort that one out when we come back to Daytona International Speedway. You're watching the 41st Annual Daytona 500 live on CBS Sports. Guys, we're told the four car did not pit.
I'll go see what the story is with the 6 if it had any damage.
Well, they thought he hit the wall a while ago. Did he go?
I'm just trying to find out what happened with the tire. Jimmy Fennick says that they should penalize.
Who?
The guy next.
Who is it?
The tire that he hit.
Yeah, who is it, though?
That's Gordon.
Bill, you're over there in the 6?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go back to the 2.
I thought the tire was way down towards the end of pit road.
That's what I thought.
Too.
I thought it was further down.
I don't think that's Gordon.
No, it was way further down.
out of it at this point.
Yeah, Jimmy was just yelling down.
Eric, one way to show that might be to show an overhead camera pit stop and show how the left rear tire changer sets down that tire.
Mike, just so you know, there were no adjustments to that 2 car. They didn't change air pressures or nothing. They're staying right where they've been all day.
Do we have any replays of the overhead view of pit road to show how a left rear tire changer sets down the tire?
Of course, he is next to him. He might have knocked it that far.
There was a tire standing on the end of pit road. I was afraid DJ was going to run over it. See there?
Hey guys,
there's a couple of them out there.
Yeah.
Mike and Ned,
yes.
They put a bunch of tape on DJ's right front corner. They think they pretty much have got that fixed.
Okay, thank you, Dick.
Remember 96 when he won, Ned?
Yes.
With the right front damage? Remember 85 when Bill Elliott won with a headlight flap that was out? They had to replace midway through the race?
Yeah.
That could have been Chad Little's tire.
Yeah, it was one of those on the very end.
I thought I saw 2 from Irwin. So it was either Irwin or Little that lost the tire there.
Hey, that has nothing to do with Jeff Gordon there. Those tires were way down there.
Yep.
Boy, this is a
Bill Elliott only took on 2 tires. He's the leader of the race.
Guys, that's a great sequence.
Yes, it is.
Do we have anything of the Spencer wreck?
You want to see how smart Mark Martin is?
Yeah.
Most people are crashed.
Monday night on CBS, all new episodes of comedy, starting with a special guest appearance by Ozzie Davis on Cosby, followed by The King of Queens with Kevin James and Jerry Stiller. Raymond goes on a Caribbean cruise with his mom on an all-new Everybody Loves Raymond. And you've got to see Dick Van Dyke as Ted Danson's father on Becker. Then an all-new L.A. Doctors. That's Monday on CBS. You're looking down from 1,000 feet above Daytona International Speedway from the Goodyear Blitz Stars and Stripes based in Pompano Beach. Pilot Dan Thomas and cameraman Bob Rosedale giving you these views. Let's show you what happened. Jimmy Spencer crashed in turn 2 to bring out the caution. And on pit road, a tire has rolled out.
Looks like it might have come off of Joe Nemechek's car. You see all these cars going out, they dodge it, but Ernie Irvin cuts to the right, Mark Martin has to cut square to the right.
You want to know how good Mark Martin is? That would have been a big crash if he hadn't reacted, jerked that car onto the grass and around that Ernie Irvin car as he was going off pit road. What a heads-up run. Watch him right here. He turns it hard right out into the grass, and that could have been about a 3-car pile up there.
Looks like Ernie might have hit the tire just a little bit. Probably no damage done from that.
If you're Mark Martin steaming down pit road, here's what you've got to do. Slide through the grass, kick it left, and get going again. See, Kenny Irwin pulls out. That tire's already out there. He just ducks inside it. Doesn't appear to be any harm done. No aerodynamic damage to those cars. Bill Elliott has taken the lead.
I think he only changed 2 tires, Mike. He was out of the pits very quickly, and so Elliott wanted to get those 5 bonus points for leading. Earlier in the race, he only changed 2 tires and was able to run pretty competitively, so he did it again.
There you see where the leaders came out of pit road. Bill Stevens.
Well, as you had surmised, Ned, it was Joe Nemechek's tire that Mark Martin cracked as he was leaving pit road.
So Bill Elliott is the leader. There's a look at Joe Nemechek. He is on the lead lap in 22nd place. Rusty Wallace is second. Mike Skinner is third. Jeff Gordon fourth. Jeremy Mayfield, who was the leader coming into the pits, is the 5th place car. Dale Jarrett is 6th. Terry Labonte 7th. Chad Little, Kenny Irwin, and Michael Waltrip are the top 10.
And we're ready to go racing.
Ernie Irvin's 11th. Kenny Schrader, Mark Martin, Ward Burton, Robert Presley, the top 15. Three laps to go.
Now here are some cars that feel this might be their best shot to get a lap back. With the car out there that only changed 2 tires, that being Bill Elliott leading the race. So they figure, well, maybe we'll be just a little bit faster with 4 tires, so they're going to make a run for it. There's Jeff Burton right here down on the inside, trying to make it 3 deep. He wants to catch Bill Elliott.
This is the 11th Daytona 500 that Bill Elliott has led in 21 starts.
Somebody better tell Bill Elliott. He's running pretty darn good. I was just watching the 2-car there, Rusty Wallace. He's led much of this race. He didn't gain much on Bill Elliott down the back straightaway.
Kind of funny. Thursday in the qualifying race, no Ford led a lap. Look at this. No Chevrolet or Pontiac has been able to get to the front since early stages of this race.
Okay, you see Rusty Wallace hung out the drive there on the outside.
Well, Mike Skinner down on the inside as we see these cars go by. Skinner has a very fast race car. This is him right there in the blue and yellow, number 31. Gordon down on the inside. Rusty Wallace in the blue and white, number 2 Ford. Up on the outside, but Skinner's the one that wants to challenge Bill Elliott.
Before today, Rusty Wallace has only led 11 laps in the Daytona 500 in all the times he's been here. And just today, he's climbed to 27th in the all-time leader rankings.
Wow, look at this. Terry Labonte caught meat in the sandwich there as they come off the corner.
He'll rectify that. He'll try to get back down on the inside if he possibly can. And it looks like he will behind his teammate, Jeff Gordon.
Ned, please don't say rectify. Snap my neck around looking to see where the wreck was.
Okay.
Here's Earnhardt down on the bottom right side of your screen. He's trying to dash back up from the midst of that lead pack up to the front. Since the early going, he's had a tough day.
You're exactly right. And track position means everything here. The 2 teammates try to work together there. Mike Skinner on the outside as they go down the back straightaway side by side.
Jeff Gordon leading that inside line. Off into turn 3, lapped car of Darren Cope, the 1990 winner. Just behind him, then Ricky Rudd. Here's Ralph.
Mike, to make matters worse for Dale Earnhardt, he's had to switch over to his backup ignition box, so things are not all well with the number 3 car.
You're riding with the number 3 car, Dale Earnhardt. As you see him right in front of him there, that's Michael Waltrip looking to the inside of Kenny Irvin as they head down into turn 1.
Bill Stevens.
The Chad Little's car is running like a freight train. They were going to make an adjustment to it earlier, but crew chief Jeff Hammond said the track has come to him. Also, he says that he would love to run with Terry Labonte. Yesterday in happy hour, they were running their fastest speeds with the number 5 car.
Look at this. New tires, suddenly everybody's Superman. But
oh, yeah. But just give them about 10 laps, and you'll see the better handling race cars back at the front again.
Tough drive to get there for some of these. Ricky Rudd stuck in the middle. He is 1 lap down.
Rusty wanted to look on the inside, but no room there as we see all of that racing back in the pack.
Well, boy, I tell you one thing. Anybody that remembers a few years back knows that Bill Elliott knows this racetrack.
Well, he's running about 47.5 seconds. We've talked about, those seconds, how long it takes him to get around here, and that's right in there with some of the best laps we've seen turned here this afternoon.
70 laps to go. The Fords of Bill Elliott, Rusty Wallace, Jeremy Mayfield, and Dale Jarrett lead the Chevrolet of Jeff Gordon in the 41st annual Daytona 500. Lead change. Rusty Wallace back to the front. Here comes his teammate, Jeremy Mayfield, number 12, right with him, and Dale Jarrett. Tony Stewart is back in the race after a stay behind pit wall. And what? 4 cars, single file, double file behind, as Bill Elliott loses the lead and a couple of spots more. 29 laps to go here at Daytona. 69 laps to go. We'll be right back.
I can tell them what's wrong with the 18 car.
Sorry, Eric. I tripped on 69.
I did too.
Yeah, I know.
Did you see that Skinner move just then?
Yeah.
What a move. A couple of laps ago, he went all the way back, radioed to his crew. He said, I just tried something I watched Rusty do. Didn't work for me.
No.
He went from about 3rd to about 8th.
Look at Earnhardt, guys. Earnhardt has really turned it up.
Earnhardt.
He's in 6th.
Yeah, Earnhardt restarted 16th. He is now 6th.
He had lost 200 RPM before switching that box.
Ah.
Who's that?
Can I hear that from Dick when we come back?
Oh, he had Nixon.
Problem.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm glad we weren't on the air. The crowd's getting a little antsy now.
No, one more.
Michael Waltrip up there in 4th place.
Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. The thing's getting mean now. And Earnhardt's loving it.
And then I'd like to see Earnhardt, and I'd like to ask Dick that question.
Yeah, because they said it was a bad pit stop.
It was early on, but this is later.
Not this one.
He's had these 2 problems.
Yeah, the first pit stop was 21 seconds.
Well, he's on his way now, boys. Oh, no, teammate. Oh, my.
Okay,
teammate.
I can do my audio on Irwin if I get a chance while I'm on the way.
There you have it.
Okay.
Boy, look at Wally up there.
Wally, we need the race, man.
Yeah.
NASCAR racing continues next month on CBS from Texas Motor Speedway. The Coca-Cola 300 Busch Race March 27th and the Texas 500 Sunday, March 28th. And the first network telecast of a NASCAR race in prime time, the Pepsi 400 Saturday night, July 3rd. Trouble, turn 3. Car spinning up into the wall mid-pack.
It's Dale Jarrett, one of them.
Mark Martin is in it. Elliott Sadler, the rookie, and cars spin.
See Terry Labonte.
Steve Park is in there, 99. Jeff Burton,
yeah.
Joe Nemechek, 42. Sterling Marlin, number 40. Jeffrey Bodine, former winner.
Boy,
Ward Burton, heavy damage on his Pontiac.
Those cars were all running so close together.
And Dale Jarrett trying to win his 3rd Daytona 500. Will not today.
There's Sterling Marlin in the 40 right there. Joe Nemechek in the 42, I saw him. Here comes Jarrett out of the car. That's great to see. Wow.
A grinding crash entering turn 3 at lap 135 has brought out this third caution of the day. And Jarrett, who had a chance to win over $2 million today.
And Terry Labonte also had that same chance, and he's out of it.
Mark Martin, tremendous amount of damage to his car.
Gets you a good deal on a Ford Taurus, only driven 300 miles.
No, see, he's been around backwards.
You see the cockpit is all intact. Mark is okay. Trying to see if that car will steer. There is Rich Bickle, the Wisconsin driver.
Boy.
Steve Park in the yellow fire suit. All discussing what happened to start that melee. That is Jeffrey Bodine driving for Joe and Nancy Bessie, the 86 winner. And look at the litter in turn 3.
That is a mess.
10 race cars, wreckers and support vehicles.
There's Dale Jarrett. You can see he's not hurt. He's
not happy.
A little aggravated, but I tell you, you can tell he's walking no limps. He's doing what happened.
Elliott Sadler has been helped from his car. He's walking along to the ambulance. That's Terry Labonte inside the ambulance sitting that Dale Jarrett's in conversation with. Anytime there's an accident on a major super speedway, the drivers are required to climb into the ambulance and take the ride to the care center to be checked over. Let's see if we can see what happened entering turn 3.
Well, there's Dale Jarrett right there as they head off in the corner. He goes down on the flat part of the racetrack.
He might have had a little bit of a bump from the 28 car, his teammate, as they went in there.
At 190 miles an hour, it's almost impossible for the brakes to slow the car to miss the incident. You steer for the hole and hope it's still there when you get there.
Boy, that track closed up in a hurry. When one car spun, as close as they were running together, they had to get a lot of other cars involved.
Add Ricky Rudd. Right there at the start of that replay, was there contact between Jarrett and the 28?
Yeah, it looked like there was just light contact, just enough to turn him down on flat and shoot him right back up in front of oncoming traffic.
Another angle. The cars you're watching, Jarrett's already gone at that point.
And just shoots back up across the racetrack right into Terry Labonte. And then other cars, there's Mark Martin in 6 car. There comes Ward Burton in number 22.
Jeffrey Bodine, he was the next to him there.
Robert Presley.
Someone's upside down there.
That was Bodine, I believe, that went on his roof. Let's show you Dale Jarrett's view. Well, that showed you which car was upside down.
Right there.
From Mark Martin's roof cam. From Ward Burton. And from the Goodyear blimp.
Well, this will tell the story right here.
Okay, there's the 28 down on the inside of the 88 just a little bit as they start into that corner. And I believe they made a little bit of contact. And I think maybe what happened is Jeff Gordon had just gone by Jarrett going down the backstretch, and Kenny Irvin was going to follow Jeff Gordon into that turn. And Dale Jarrett didn't know he was there, and when he went into the corner, he go down a little bit. Let's watch it right here again.
Here we go.
Is there contact? Right there from this angle.
Boy, it didn't look like it. It looked like maybe the air was disturbed on the rear spoiler there, and it just jumped off the ground and down on the flat part of the racetrack. And from there, you're just a passenger.
Well, let's ride with Kenny Irwin and see if his car nudges from contact with Dale Jarrett.
Yep. Yes, sir. That looked like contact to me.
Folks, if you could ride on a skateboard behind one of these cars at 190 miles an hour and just touch the bumper, you could spin it around. They're that close to the edge of control. Ralph?
The key on this stop, Mike, is going to be the gas man, Bob Tracy, for Rusty Wallace. Maybe they can get enough fuel in to get them all the way. They're going to put on tires. They're not making any changes. They've left themselves plenty of room with Jeremy Mayfield. First one's in, first one's out. That's exactly what they were hoping for. Problems with Mayfield stopping a little bit slower. Dale Earnhardt does get away quicker than Mayfield. To Dick Berggren.
The 31 car, Mike Skinner, took just 2 tires on the outside, and these guys are all high-fiving themselves. They have done a terrific pit stop. Less than 17 seconds for Mike Skinner's crew.
And they're rewarded, Dick, by being the first team off pit road. Mike Skinner will have the lead in this race when we go back to green. 138 laps complete, 62 to go. Daytona 500 coverage continues after this message and a word from your local station.
The drivers that
now they are teammates.
Excuse us, coming in.
Yep, I'm just getting the camera going.
Pardon me, coming through.
Do we have anybody at the hospital down there?
All right, Dixon, Mark Martin's pit.
Okay.
Oh man, is this thing bent? Ugh.
Yeah, it's a mess.
It looks a little bit like Earnhardt's car of a couple of years ago.
Hey, Dick.
I need a list, Greg.
Dick, could you guys see the replays?
No, I couldn't.
I saw it, buddy.
Jarrett went upside down there.
Whoa.
Yeah, if we could see Jarrett's in-car replay again, that's pretty great.
That's awesome.
Okay.
The big question is if there had any contact. It looked like it might have touched, and then again, I think it was awful close.
It's tough to say.
Yeah, but again, I think that Kenny expected Dale to stay up there in the middle of the racetrack, and when he went into the corner, he came down there.
Guys, you might ask Kenny Irwin's crew chief, did they touch? Ask him off camera.
Wow.
All right, yeah. I will,
Thank
but
you.
we ought to do an update on Mark here, and then I'll do that. Yep.
Gee, wow. Boy, I tell you, when they have one caution, that's all that bunches everybody up, and that's what breeds this stuff, you know? You know what, Mike?
Yes, buddy.
Yeah. Yes, Mike.
Okay.
$8.1 million 41st running on the Daytona 500.
Okay.
Mike Skinner being shown at the lead.
I heard that. I heard that. Thank you. Welcome back to Daytona. We're under caution, 139 laps. Teammates Joe Nemechek and Sterling Marlin discuss the aftermath of Dale Jarrett's spin next to their wrecked race cars. From Dale Jarrett's car, let's ride along as the two-time Daytona 500 winner headed for turn 3.
Wow. Whew.
Once again from Mark Martin. And from Kenny Irwin's car. We remain under caution with 60 laps to go. We'll come back and give you a rundown on the cars involved in the incident and whether or not they're able to get back into the Daytona 500 right after this.
When we come back, we have first and third right now, teammates.
Right.
If they get together, that's a big story right now. Of course, there's nothing bigger than what
who's
just
behind
happened.
the wall and who's still in the race out of that.
Poor Mark Martin.
All the way down to the very tail end?
What?
Okay, so that's down by turn 1 then. Okay. Glad you told me that. Thank you.
What? Can we back that up a little further?
Was that bad
I'm
or
not
what?
sure.
Yep.
I'm trying to get a sense of
why,
of what's going on there.
Well, I don't think they were pleased with their pit stop.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
And that's the second time they've lost being in the front 2 on pit road.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
I'm almost there, Pam.
Okay,
Kenny,
I'm in the 3. I was just checking on
Kenny
them.
Irwin knows he's going to get yelled at.
Really?
Yeah, he said on the radio after it happened, gee, I tried to give him room.
Well, if we see the Irwin
I don't even have a
in-car.
camera. I've been running. He's been walking.
If we see the Kenny Irwin in-car again and listen to it, you'll hear him lift and
No,
try to
not
give
yet.
BJ room.
Yes, I do.
Well. Bill Elliott's been in again.
I'd like, what do you think?
know, he was up there with
Yeah, he's
I'd like to hear
following
that
me.
and tell
You
a
should
story.
know.
Yeah, I mean,
in
why
plain
not?
sight here.
Sure, let's give him the benefit of the doubt for trying.
Yeah. I know.
They're topping off with fuel to be sure he can make
Yeah,
the
he's bringing up the rear.
Yeah, you're right.
Come on, guys. That's a lot.
That's why we have these things I ask while we're
Yeah, the Mayfield thing's fine. Finish. If we have time, sure.
I'm just glad he didn't get hurt.
Yeah.
Man.
Got it.
One lap and we'll go back to green. 18 cars on the lead lap. Jeremy Mayfield was up front, but look on this pit stop. He comes out of the pits in 8th place. And the crew very disheartened over that stop.
Yeah, they knew it. They knew it was not a real good pit stop.
Dick Berggren.
Well, Robert Yates owns both Kenny Irwin's car and Dale Jarrett's car that were involved in that incident. What did it look like to you? You've been watching the replays.
Well, I've seen one replay, and you know, I'll just have to wait and see what really happened. I didn't see it close enough to comment on it.
Okay, no comment from Robert Yates. Very diplomatic car owner at the moment.
On the replay from Kenny Irwin's car, you could hear the engine decelerate down the back straightaway as he tried to give Dale Jarrett room to get in line. That was what Irwin told his crew chief over the radio. I tried to give him room to get in. Let's see what Bill Elliott saw through all this. Elliott now the 17th place car. Look to the left side of the screen right there. Did they touch? We're back under green. 12 cars involved in that accident. Only one, Ward Burton, has come in and out of the pits. Cars on the lead lap, led by Mike Skinner in the Chevrolet. Rusty Wallace in second. Dale Earnhardt, Skinner's teammate, is in 3rd place, trying to get up and draft with his Richard Childress stablemate.
And Michael Waltrip in 4th place, having a great run here today in the car number 7, the white and blue car.
Then it's Jeff Gordon in 5th. Ernie Irvin 6th. Kenny Irwin. Here's Irwin on the inside, 7th. Michael Waltrip to the high side in number 7. To go.
Boy, Gordon made a great move down the inside of Dale Earnhardt going into turn 1 and able to make that pass. I didn't know if he was going to make it or not.
You know, I really believe right now that Jeff Gordon may have the fastest car on the Speedway, and Earnhardt knows that his car is not quite as quick. And like you get, once you move like that, you have to build momentum back up again, and you see how far back Dale Earnhardt has dropped.
A while ago, Earnhardt restarted 16th and climbed his way quickly to 6th. Now, Dick Berggren, they had an ignition problem they diagnosed earlier. And then what happened to repair it, and what was the effect on Earnhardt's speed?
Well, they just changed ignition boxes, which is something the driver could do right in the car. He flips a couple of switches, and he's onto a backup ignition system. And what happened is Earnhardt had lost 200 RPM. The engine had simply slowed down, and that, of course, slows the race car down as well, since they run wide open all the way around. He's had his problems today for sure. A bad pit stop, ignition problem, but don't count Dale Earnhardt out. This is Daytona after all.
Some heavy racing back there in the pack. 3 wide. We've seen it several times. That's Wally Dallenbach in the red car down on the inside. Ricky Rudd in the middle. Dave Marcus up there on the outside.
That's Kevin LePage in the 16 there. He's right in the, these cars are painted so much alike, it looks like Ricky Rudd.
You're right. 16 car of Kevin LePage is having a good run here today.
You know, Ned, both LePage and Dallenbach we haven't talked about much today, but that dark red number 25 of Dallenbach and that Dayglow machine number 16 of LePage are right up in this lead pack, 11th and 12th place.
Yeah, Ricky Rudd, as I said, he's behind the wall. He's out of the race right now in his Ford.
Drivers involved in that crash out of the race: Dale Jarrett, Jeffrey Bodine, Terry Labonte. Mark Martin's car still being worked on pit road. Joe Namath checks out. Stephen Park, Sterling Marlin, Jeff Burton, Rich Bickle, Elliott Sadler, and repairs being made to Ricky Rudd's car. 12 cars in all involved at lap 135.
Mike Skinner first, Rusty Wallace second. 1984, Mike Skinner was on Rusty Wallace's pit crew. He was a tire changer, and he remembers thinking every time Rusty came on pit road, I should be in that seat. He got ready to quit. Darrell Bryant, the crew chief, then said, what would it take to have you stay with us, Mike Skinner? He said, Rusty's seat. He's got his own seat today, and it's got a pretty good view right now. First place, Skinner over Wallace. Mike Joy.
That's a great story, Ken. Mike Skinner came down here and for a while, I think, even swept the floors over at Richard Petty's shop, trying to make the move from California short tracks into Winston Cup racing.
You know, when Skinner went with Childress to run the truck division, everybody said, I don't understand that. Richard Childress saw something in this guy that he thought he would be a winner, and he was a champion in that division, and that speaks highly of the truck races also, because right now he's leading the biggest race in all of Winston Cup.
Richard Childress had once loaned Mike Skinner an engine for a race, kept an eye on him, and he said, I saw what I liked and never forgot that. Ralph Shaheen.
Mike, this piece here in my hand is what is going to make the difference in this race here today. These are the jets. The one who gets right on the jet is the one who's going to get the best fuel mileage today. Remember that weather changed dramatically here this morning, and you had to adjust these jets. These cars will average about 6 miles to the gallon. The right jet gets you the most fuel. That gets you to victory lane. I just talked to Kevin Hamlin, crew chief for Dale Earnhardt, Jeremy Mayfield's crew chief Paul Andrews, and Rusty Wallace's crew chief Robin Pemberton. Right now, they're all very much up in the air as to how much fuel they're going to have left as this race winds down.
Mike, when they talk about jets, let's explain what that is. That's where the fuel goes down into the carburetor. The bigger the jet, the more fuel goes down through it. The smaller the jet, less fuel. The problem with leaning them out too much and making that jet too small, it'll burn a hole in the top of the piston. So it's highly a balance act to get these cars to get good mileage.
52 laps to go. Bill Stevens.
With Sterling Marlin, took a pretty good lick. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. The Coors Light shifting's not too good, but it looked like 28 popped 88, turned him around, and just he was right there on him, wouldn't know where to go, and we piled everybody up. But they did give us a little more plate or something. I mean, you just get all bunched up, it's nowhere to go, and need some more power.
Two-time winner, won't make it number 3 this year.
That restrictor plate sits beneath the carburetor on top of the intake manifold. As we said earlier this week, It takes the volume of air the size of a grapefruit trying to flow through that engine and restricts it down to 4 holes, each the size of a grape. The engine can't get enough air for the drivers to have enough power to pull out and pass. Dick Bergman.
Mark Martin is getting ready to finally leave his pit area after an extended stay. This poor guy's got no luck here. He's dropped out of this race with a crash, engine failure, overheating. He's run out of gas. Last year it was a ring and pinion, and here he goes again with another crash problem. Tough luck for Mark Martin today. He had a great car.
NASCAR said at the drivers' meeting they'll have one chance to get broken, repaired cars back up to an acceptable speed on the racetrack. Then they would have to go to the garage. 50 laps to go at Daytona. When I'm trying to go to break.
He's going to go.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's no.
No.
Yes. The problem when we do that is I lose my scanner. He's my only scanner guy. Yes. Well, that's his girlfriend, but she's carrying a ladder.
Pushed back in as Martin just now goes by. So he got thrown up pretty significantly. They take all around the rear.
Eric, it might be a good time for us to kind of pan back through the field and show the contenders when we get a chance.
Well, right there's one for sure. Earnhardt.
And that 24 is too.
Yeah. Oh, he stopped. He can get kicked out and he'll bump right back up. Kenny Irwin ain't out.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna not do that anymore. I'm gonna just say when you ask me something, I'll do it.
Yeah, why not? Please do. All right.
Pam, this could be a good time for that little Gordon snippet.
Yeah. All right. We're having a good show. Let's keep rocking.
Yeah, DJ is still in the truck. He ain't talking to nobody.
Mike, you looking for anything? You guys need anything down here? Are we missing anything?
Wally, well, where'd he go? Wally dropped back to 12. Michael Waltrip having a good day. Michael Waltrip, Chad Little, Kevin LePage, all in the top 10. Jerry Nadeau, Wally Donovan,
Jeremy,
they're all having a good ride.
Money.
This CBS Sports Race Summary is sponsored by Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car.
Three-quarters of the way through the 41st running of the Daytona 500, and 7 leaders, 12 lead changes in all. The average speed now dropped to just over 160 miles an hour. We've had 3 caution flags, and 12 cars are now out of the race, and including on that last incident, Burton, Park, Terry Labonte will not return today. Mike Joy.
Thanks, Craig. There is still quite a battle for the lead in this race. 20 cars are still running on the lead lap, and another 16 cars are running laps down. Lead change. Rusty Wallace now at the front with Dale Earnhardt. Here's how he overhauled Mike Skinner.
Looks to the inside, going down into turn 3. Has help from Earnhardt as they motor by. The teammates don't mean much right now. They're trying to make moves here. Here comes Gordon.
And that's how they run right now. Now Kenny Irwin is the driver up on the high side of the Ford.
And Kenny Irwin in a lot of trouble right now. He's hung out there by himself. As you can see, the faster line on the Skinner by him. He'll be about 5 or 6 cars get by him before he can get back in line.
Rusty Wallace back to the front. He's led more laps in this Daytona 500 than in all the 16 he's run before. Dale Jarrett, 2-time winner of this race, in the garage with Bill Stevens.
Dale Jarrett, obviously an unhappy way to end the day.
Not what we had planned for sure, but had a good race car. It's just unfortunate, you know, but get cars bunched up like that, and things are going to happen. You know, I had to check up a little bit over in 2, and the guys went to the inside of me, and I just tried to hold my line, but got tapped a little bit getting into 3, and you know, a lot of things are going to happen when that starts.
You know that the 28 was right up on you at that point.
I wasn't sure who was there. You know, I knew that there were cars there, and I just tried to give them room. You know, till you get down there, everybody's got to get back in line, and you run in on the apron. But, you know, things are going to happen, and, you know, it's just the way it goes some days.
That's a very gracious Dale Jarrett. He's learned a lot from his mom and dad.
You don't think, oh, okay. I thought you were going to say mom and leave dad off.
Nope.
No, I'm proud of him the way that he handled things. Has to be very disappointed because, you know, like many of these drivers came here with thoughts of winning the Daytona 500. But there's a lot of guys here going at it still.
And now Dale Earnhardt through the block on Jeff Gordon right there. He wants to stay right behind Rusty Wallace.
Yeah, you got it. A 4 against 3 Chevrolets right now. And you can see Jeff Gordon getting in the rumble on the inside there.
Here comes Gordon down to the inside into the tri-oval. He takes second from Earnhardt. Skinner is going to repay the favor his teammate put on him 2 laps ago. Passed by Earnhardt. Now come up and draft with him.
Now that's the lap car there, the 30 there, Derek Cope. He's right in the middle of this thing, though.
Well, he'd like to get up there and get in front of the leader, Rusty Wallace, and then have a caution come out, and he'd get back in the thick of this thing. He's currently running in the 21st position, 1 lap down.
Ooh, was that a bump in the back straightaway between Cope and the car on the outside, Dale Earnhardt?
Or either the 31 car. I'm not sure which one he touched, Mike, but it looked like they got awfully close together.
I think we're about to see the second part of this. These guys are racing right now and trying to get a great track position. You see some of Rusty's crew there looking this on, checking every lap.
Well, this race could come down to the final pit stops. And every second you gain in the pits, that's 300 feet out on the racetrack. Now, Bill Elliott, Kyle Petty, Rick Mast, and Robert Presley all pitted at lap 141 under yellow. They may not have to stop again. Here's another look.
Yep, it was Skinner. Skinner gets sideways. You see just behind him there, Dale Earnhardt. Watch them as they start down through here. Right there, they come together.
And here goes Gordon trying to move around. Once again, or is Skinner trying to pass him on the outside?
Mike Skinner trying to come back on the outside with Irwin waving. You saw Skinner on the outside waving to Irwin.
Come on, help me. Push. Let's pedal hard.
And Rusty's looking in the mirror. Hey, y'all just keep it up.
Oh, yeah, he's loving that. And they're right back there running side by side. It just sets him free out front. He can't pull away from them, but at least he's running in good, clean, free air. And
Kenny Irwin has a tremendously fast car. He dropped back to about 9th. He fought his way back up there. Look at him look to the outside here, down the back straightaway.
Almost, yes they are, 3 abreast. Kenny Irwin way up the racetrack, and Skinner right in the middle. Let's go back to the garage, Bill Stevens.
With Joe Nemechek, first half of the race, no problems, then bombs away.
Yeah, it was pretty clean the first half, but, you know, when they have those restarts, everybody gets kind of anxious, and everybody's battling for that spot, and I don't know, someone got turned sideways. It's a shame for, you know, this whole Bell South Lucent technology Chevy. Guys worked real hard, had our best qualifying run ever here at Daytona for the 500, and end up tore up in the garage again, but I'm all right.
Front row Joe still happy. To Ralph.
Ray Evernham, the crew chief for Jeff Gordon. Ray, are you in a good position now? Are you right where you need to be?
Well, not really. I'd like to be out front, but the car's just a little bit off. Rusty's got an awful fast car, so we're going to need some help if we're going to get out front.
What do you think you'll get that from? Anybody in particular you run better with?
It doesn't seem like we've got any so far today, so I don't know where it's going to come from. It's going to have to wait till everybody gets greedy at the end and hope the cards fall where they may.
How about fuel? You okay there?
Yeah, we should just make it. We should make it by 0.6 of a lap.
3 wide racing continues here in the Daytona 500. Winding down, 39 laps to go. Rusty Wallace trying to win his first 500. Continues to lead. 1997 race champion Jeff Gordon.
And what are you going to do about the 2?
That 28 is fast.
Guys that like
I can do that. I can get to the 2 and the 24, no problem.
Guys that like to start building some drama for this final pit stop. Will it be 2 tires? Will it be 4 tires if they have to come in under green? That sort of thing.
I'm not sure you're going to see a pit stop.
Oh boy.
That's what I did that. I did that report there telling you. I think a lot of guys tapped off on that last one. I think they're going to go for it unless there's a yellow.
I heard splash and go from a couple of guys.
Got caught again.
Yep.
I mean, you just heard Ray, 0.6 of a mile. He's going for it.
McReynolds is going for it.
Right on.
He gets caught.
All right. Can we do a whip around then among the 3 pit reporters?
You need to tell him he can't do that. He was sitting there with a good third if he'd get followed.
That's not a problem.
Fish, if Earnhardt gets to the front, watch this crowd.
Okay, Dick, if we do this whip around, I'll take Evernham and Pemberton. You want to take Hamlin?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got Irwin and Little. All righty, if I can get there in time.
That had to be Michael Walker. I'll bet 100. I bet 100.
That was aggressive.
Wow.
That was wild.
Did you see?
Yeah, there was a slow car there.
Yeah.
Mark Martin.
He didn't really have a choice, so he's already.
We going to talk to these crew chiefs, Pam?
If Derek Cope hadn't got a lap down, he'd have had some trouble. He keeps, oh. Boy, did you see that?
Laps to go. Up front, Rusty Wallace trying to win his first Daytona 500 in 17 years of trying. Second, Jeff Gordon, the 97 winner. Third, number 3, Dale Earnhardt, last year's winner. Fourth, Mike Skinner, the 97 pole sitter. And fifth, Jeremy Mayfield, number 12, who got his breakthrough first win last season.
And I'm watching Michael Waltrip in that 7 car. He has driven the wheels off that car today, Ned.
He really has. He has a good fast race car, and he has moved around on the racetrack. He made a move a while ago out there that really, it was a good one.
Took my breath.
Positions, yeah.
20 cars on the lead lap, just 2 seconds apart. Will there be a final pit stop? Dick Bergman?
Well, we've been taking a little vote here, and we've taken some polls in the pit area. Larry McReynolds, who is crew chief for Mike Skinner, very confidently says, we're okay. So I came down and asked his teammate, Kevin Hamlin, who's crew chief for Dale Earnhardt, can you make it? He said, we'll see. I said, what does that mean? He said, we're going to try. Bill Stevens?
Indecision all along pit road. Spoke to Jeff Hammond after Chad Little's last pit stop. I asked him, another pit stop. He said, splash and go. Ralph.
I've spoken to crew chief Robin Pemberton of our lead car, Rusty Wallace. He says we're going for it. They can make it with not much left, but they can make it. And I've spoken to Ray Evernham, crew chief of the second place car, now dropping back to third and fourth. Jeff Gordon, they think they can barely make it as well, Mike.
Wallace, the leader. Mayfield tries to go to the left side to get with his teammate and almost piles into Earnhardt. I'll tell you what, it's cool out there today, and if Earnhardt gets to the front, these fans will be jumping up and down.
They are getting wild out on that racetrack. They are flat doing some racing.
Well, what happened there is the 3-car, Earnhardt, he looked in the mirror and said, you know what? You're not going to do that to me. He just checked up and pulled hard left on Jeremy Mayfield.
He's the black Chevrolet in the midst of that Ford sandwich. Probably Dale Earnhardt knows best how Rusty Wallace feels right now. It's Wallace's 17th 500. It took Earnhardt 20 years to win this race. Rusty's still trying.
Rusty Wallace in the lead. Earnhardt right behind. Classic, 42nd annual Daytona 500. Rusty Wallace has said, bravery is not what wins races. A smart race car driver wins races. You've got to be aggressive, but you can't be aggressive and stupid at the same time. So far, that latter category has not been in that Rusty Wallace vocabulary. He has been a smart race driver all afternoon. Let's see if it can stand up.
Ken, I just can't reiterate enough how calm, and loose he was in the driver's meeting, and he said, I've got a great car today. And he's proved it all day long.
You know, I worked with him a couple of years ago on a test program, and the first thing I told him about Daytona, I said, you have to learn to love this place. As long as you feel badly about this place, you'll never win it. And he told me the other day, he said, you know what? It's Valentine's Day.
Fell in love, huh? Gordon down on the inside. He's having a tough time getting back up there. And crew watching on here.
I wonder if, Ned, it's because that car sat on the pole here. It is so good. Oh, Wally Dallenbach, the red 25, made contact with Mike Skinner. And all that'll do is make Skinner mad.
He's looking to the outside right now.
But that's not the place to go. You get in the middle. He wants to get on the inside. And look like a little nudge right back there.
Gave Wally a little wake up there.
Hey, that was me you hit. I didn't like it.
Here he goes to the bottom again. And Dallenbach comes down to hold the low line.
If you're going to do it in a straight line. Don't do it going in a corner.
Speed 188 miles an hour on our Circuit City onboard telemetry with Mike Skinner.
190 right down the back straightaway there. It's only 50 foot wide. You can imagine why these guys get caught up so much. The racetrack is only 50 feet wide. You turn two cars sideways, you pretty much covered the racetrack.
Jeff Gordon has fallen back to 7th place. I say, is it because everybody knows that car is so fast, nobody wants to help him to the front?
Well, I think what you're seeing right now, you're seeing people just go up there and give him a little try. It isn't the last 10 laps yet.
No. It's 30 laps to go.
He's got his teammate Dallenbach right on his back bumper now.
And Skinner's been shoved back there as well.
Yes. And all of them have fast race cars.
Rusty Wallace is the leader. Dale Earnhardt's number 3 is second. Wallace's teammate, 29-year-old Jeremy Mayfield from Kentucky, is third. Number 12, Michael Waltrip, is fourth. And Ernie Irvin has climbed to 5th. We'll be back to Daytona after this.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Kyle Petty has run a good, solid race today. He's not to get any recognition whatsoever. But he just don't get up. He's just out of the top 10 there.
Here comes that dreaded debris flag. Yo.
Bill, run out on the racetrack. That'll do it
Yeah, I'll go lay down. Wait a minute.
You got plenty of action there.
Why do we need it? Yeah. That's a great race, but drama, can we make it or not?
Kevin. They want us to keep doing that. Ernie Irvin probably make this thing hell racing too. He's up there, Mark. You know, that's a Hendricks motor in that 36 too if they get up there.
I got an update on Ernie Irvin.
I don't know what that means.
Well, it means it's a good one.
Sorry.
It means it's a good one.
I about got him scalded.
Burton went off the lead lap.
Trouble in the back straightaway. One car goes spinning, flipping wildly. That is Bobby Hamilton, I believe. The number 4 from Morgan McClure Racing. And everybody tries to get by. They do. Caution is out. Caution flag. 4th one of the day. They'll run back to the flag. Rusty Wallace leads them down to the caution ahead of Earnhardt and Mayfield, and all the speculation of gas mileage need be no more.
Ned, I think he'll have to come in now and take all that, you know, maybe right side tires, try to get that great track position and just take on fuel.
Well, you can see a lot of damage to the front end on Bobby Hamilton's car, and it looks like he was moving around a little bit in there.
Yeah, I could see him moving around. The roof flaps did deploy there where when he got around backwards, it didn't just start flipping wildly down the back straightaway.
The frames of these cars are constructed so that there is a lot of sheet metal and structure up there in the front of the car to help absorb an impact such as this. Transmit as little of it to the driver as possible. Well, once again, it's so hard to pass out on the racetrack. It'll be the pit crew's turn to try to gain their driver some speed. I wonder if we'll see some gas-only pit stops or some two-tire pit stops this time.
It'll be interesting to see. Let's see what happens here.
Okay, this is Bobby Hamilton right there. Turned sideways there. All of a sudden.
There was smoke from the right rear as he started around.
The other car's getting by as he spins.
And he's climbed out of his car, Ned.
Good.
Bobby is okay. Whew. That was close for 75 Ted Musgrave there.
Yes, it was. Take a look again here.
Oh, he just come out there. He was going to the inside, and as he turned back, the back end come right around on the car. He pulled out of traffic and went way over to the left, and then it just, when he turned back, it just got away. Whether he had a problem with the tire or not, I don't know.
Well, Rusty Wallace is not making a pit stop. As we
Neither did Jeremy Mayfield.
We watched this accident again back here on the backstretch that brought out this caution.
There goes Bobby Hamilton. Dick Berger in Earnhardt's pit.
Earnhardt is going to make a pit stop. There's going to be a two-tire change most likely, although they do have tires for the left side. Going to throw the fuel in the car. 4 tires for Dale Earnhardt. He asked just before this happened, he said, are we going to pit? And they just sort of gave him a little pause. They said, yeah, I think so. Earnhardt gone in 19.42 with 4 tires and fuel. He'll go all the way from here.
Kenny Schrader leads the chase off pit road, followed by Ernie Irvin. But I want to find out from the Penske Crenifus team what happened with Rusty Wallace and Jeremy Mayfield and why they did not stop. Ralph Shaheen?
Well, I'm here with Robin Pemberton. Hey, Sneaky, how come you stayed out?
Well, you're just as likely to make a mistake pitting. I mean, the tire's been real consistent and all. We should be able to make it on fuel with the extra couple caution laps in there. So, you know, really didn't. I figured there'd be half of them would pit, but not all of them.
Now, knowing the fact that you got Jeremy right behind you too, is that an added bonus to make me staying out on the racetrack?
Never hurts. We'll see what happens.
We're under caution with 25 laps to go. We'll be back after this message and a word from your local CBS station. Good call. Good call, buddy.
Of the Daytona 500 is sponsored by Ford. The official truck of NASCAR is built Ford top.
Voice it or what?
Fresh
Why
Budweiser.
Mayfield did pit. Okay.
But like you say,
yes, ma'am.
Or he might have got tapped on the right rear corner. I mean, you can't ever tell.
All right, 25 lap rule is in effect. Lead lap cars only in the outside lane.
But he was way over on the left when I saw him turn back like that.
That's cool. I like that.
Got an, well, hello.
Right
Ernie Irvin just told his crew that we needed that pit stop. They're about to run out of gas.
Oh, my.
36 laps on Rusty's tires, by the way. 36 laps.
Okay.
Guys, one thing about it, if it hadn't worn the tire out, it'll cool back down now. It'll be a pretty good...
I think...
What's the temp... Go ahead.
Excuse me. Can somebody get to Kenny Schrader's crew chief? They had the best pit stop, and that may well have put them...
turn
Yep.
and being able to pull off everyone else back.
Yep.
Yeah, Schrader may have just had the best move of the day right there because he was the first out of the pit.
Bill, I mean, Dick, you're still in the...
CBS Sports presentation of the Daytona 500 is sponsored by Ford. The official truck of NASCAR is built Ford tough. Brewery Fresh Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR. Hey, race fans, this Bud's for you. And by Goodyear, innovators of run flat technology.
Following today's coverage of the Daytona 500, get a complete wrap-up with the latest news from the track, audio interviews, and more. You'll find that at cbs.sportsline.com or log on to America Online at keyword CBS Sportsline. Tiger Woods continues to tear up Torrey Pines in the Buick International, the final round. He entered the day 15 under par. He's now 17 under and leads Billy Ray Brown by 3 strokes. You'll see that later on CBS Sports. From the Goodyear blimp, Stars and Stripes, let's watch Bobby Hamilton as he spins down the backstretch, eyes wide shut.
Still, it's hard to tell, buddy. It looked like, basically what you said, he ran way down to the inside and all of a sudden just cut back across the race.
Right. That's what it looks like from Robert Presley's car. No contact.
No, and Kyle Petty almost got there. Now, whether he blew that tire or not, there was a lot of debris coming off the right rear corner there as he come by the camera.
And his right rear tire was flat.
Let's go to Dick Berggren.
Well, Paul Andrews left his guy out there. They didn't put any tires on it. They thought they could make it with the yellow flag, but Paul Earnhardt's got fresh tires. He's only in 8th. How about that? Can you stay out there?
Well, we can stay out there. You know, the grass has been staying fast. The car's been good throughout the run. We're pretty confident on this. You know, we could get dusted, but we'll see.
Well, Earnhardt on fresh tires, the rest of them on old tires. We'll see how that works out, Mike.
Thanks, Dick. There is Dale Earnhardt, who came out of the pits in 8th place. Our thanks to the pilots and crew of the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes for these aerial views of 200,000 people on hand here at Daytona International Speedway. In 1926, Goodyear began its commercial blimp operation with the blimp Pilgrim. Ralph Shaheen.
Mike, deals are already being done here as well as to who you're going to draft with as you try to work your way to the front. Dale Earnhardt is going to try to hook up with Jeff Gordon. That deal has been made between Richard Childress and Ray Evernham.
Rusty Wallace and Jeremy Mayfield lead them back to the green flag. 22 laps to go.
I was at a friend's house last night, and he wanted to know what kind of deals. Is it money exchanged or what? I said, no, it's not that. What you try to do is get somebody to work with you in the draft.
Wallace got a great restart. Look at Mayfield. Ned, he didn't. He's 3 car lengths back.
Yeah, he needs to be up there close for the drafting to really be effective, but he should catch him going into turn 3.
3 abreast, back straightaway. Now Kenny Schrader came out of the pits first among the drivers who stopped. He took on 2 tires in Andy Petrie's Chevrolet, but now Schrader's green car climbs the racetrack.
That's the one thing he didn't want to do is run side by side with Ernie Irvin as they come off the corner side by side. That lets the 2 cars up front kind of rocket away from them.
Yeah, that's the best thing that could happen to Rusty Wallace and Jeremy Mayfield, and the worst thing that can happen to Ernie Irvin. Now they're going to go 3 wide going into the corner. Look at Earnhardt.
Right down to the bottom on Ernie Irvin. The man in black puts it to the bottom of the racetrack.
Now remember, he has the 4 fresh tires. Earnhardt does have. I think that was a smart move.
Bill Stevens.
They are very happy down here in Kenny Schrader's pit. As you pointed out, that last pit stop was phenomenal. They put 2 tires on the car, and everything went flawlessly. And that could be a factor as we get closer to the checkered flag. Ralph.
One of the keys for Dale Earnhardt is going to be that green and yellow number 97 right behind him of Chad Little. In talking to his crew chief, Jeff Hammond, this morning in the garage, he said our car runs much better as it helps to push somebody to the front. It's not a good lead car, it's a good following car. He said, I can take anybody to the front, and then once we get there, we might have one shot at taking the lead ourselves. He's going to help push Earnhardt right to the front.
On this restart, Earnhardt went from 8th to 3rd in 1 lap.
It's dangerous to guess what these guys are going to do. You see right there, Ernie Irvin under Chad Little. Right now it's a 3-car shootout because these guys are running side by side.
Chad pulled up. Ooh, and they get together coming down the backstretch. Chad pulled out to make a pass on the outside of Dale Earnhardt, but it cost him.
Jeff Gordon must be running 200 miles an hour down that back straightaway as he closes in on the back bumper there of Ernie Irvin.
You're riding with Gordon in number 24. The defending Winston Cup champ takes it 3 wide off turn 4, and they put Ernie Irvin in the middle.
Mike Skinner comes with Jeff Gordon.
And Irvin goes backwards. Look at Earnhardt slice across the track in front of Chad.
He had to do that. Chad Little is flying right now in the green car. The best run out there for the Roush Racing team. If they expect to win, it looks like Chad Little's got to do it.
Earnhardt got a run.
And here he goes to the outside. What?
Yeah, nobody to help him, so he's got to fall back in line.
Rusty Wallace has his teammate Jeremy Mayfield in tow. And we saw last year, the 3rd and 4th place car couldn't make a run on the leader without the 2nd place car's help. You're watching from Dale Earnhardt, back at Chad Little.
And Jeff Gordon has pulled right up on the back bumper of Chad Little.
And Chad Little's been moving to the outside, to the inside. I got a feeling if he made a move right now on Earnhardt, that he'd have some help to get by.
18 laps to go. Dale Earnhardt has not led this race today. Jeremy Mayfield is in his 6th 500, running in 2nd place. In his 6th 500, Fred Lorenzen won. In his 6th 500, Cale Yarborough won. Davey Allison won his 6th try at the 500. Coincidence? Maybe not. Ralph Shaheen.
Mike, remember once again that the Roush Racing program had been horrible in restrictor plate races. 4 races last year with 5 cars. They didn't get one top 5. That's 20 attempts in a top 5. Right now, Chad Little running in 4th for Roush Racing, and they've already won the Bud Shootout last week with Mark Martin. It looks like they've really turned this restrictor plate program around.
Running in 6th spot right now, Mike Skinner, the teammate for Dale Earnhardt, is really on the move. He's moved up into this front group.
Skinner just can't get up there to help teammate Earnhardt, who is sandwiched amongst the Fords. 17 laps to go.
Oh, boy.
17 years of trying. Rusty Wallace.
And the guy in 2nd place, if he was to luck up and win this race, and I don't mean luck up, I mean get into the win, he would take way over $2 million home. He's one of the guys going for that $1 million bonus today.
An extra $1 million if Mayfield or Gordon among these leaders should win today. And that's a $1 million bonus for a lucky fan as well. But I don't think anybody out there is thinking about dollars. Here comes Earnhardt to the inside.
He is.
Chad Little to the outside. And Gordon going with Earnhardt.
They were buck drafting. You could see Earnhardt's car lose traction and down the straightaway there. Gordon actually pushed him down the back straightaway.
And Jeremy Mayfield got caught out. He is back to 7th place.
Rusty Wallace lost his best friend right there in that situation.
Yeah, boy.
It'll be right up there with him.
Here comes Gordon in 3rd place now.
The 97 winner and defending Winston Cup champ. Youngest driver ever to win the Daytona 500. Jeff Gordon in 3rd, in sight of the lead.
Yeah, he's not through here today.
Gordon led the first lap, then 5 more, but has not led since lap 20. Earnhardt has not led today in that number 3.
Back behind the first 3 cars, there's a war going on back here, side by side. These guys are trying to get themselves in great position for the 500 win.
Some of the cars involved in that lap 135 wreck have come back into the race. Sterling Marlin, Joe Nemechek, Steve Hart, many laps down.
what they want to do is just make a few laps and get ahead of those other cars that are not able to get back out of the garage area. Let's go to the pits and Bill Stevens.
The owner of Roush Racing, Jack Roush. Have you and Jeff Hammond gotten together here on strategy in the closing laps?
Well, we've been looking at it throughout the race. You know, the 97 John Deere car has been getting really good mileage. We'd hoped that would work to our advantage. And they filled it up with gas at the end here to get the back end down a little bit, and went on ahead and put 4 tires on it, which the 3 car did, or the 24 car did. I'm not sure about the cars in front. I think that the 24 and the 97 have got a tire advantage. We'll see if we can use it.
Obviously, they've talked strategy.
Well, now Jack Roush raises an interesting question. Rusty Wallace will have a very light fuel load at the end of this race. He did not make a pit stop. Well, how much a difference will that make?
It could make a difference, Mike. Certainly they factor that in all the time on setting race cars up. But as Robin Pemberton, the crew chief, pointed out earlier, the car's been pretty consistent, even after the fuel load gets down, so they were not that worried about it. But I'm wondering, too, if it might not cost them.
Mike, you're actually touching there, coming off the corner. Gordon's trying to get that spot in. Earnhardt caught on the outside.
Here comes Jeff Gordon.
Rusty will move down to pick up a little bit of push from Gordon. And Mike Skinner pushing Jeff Gordon right by his teammate Dale Earnhardt.
Boy, this thing's getting exciting. Look at Gordon look to the inside of the 2 car.
Now I want you to watch how close he puts the bumper of that Chevrolet right up under. He did it to Earnhardt on the last lap. He'll try to do it on Rusty Wallace coming off of turn 2 the next time. He wants to stick that bumper right up under the back end of Rusty Wallace's car, try to make him loose coming off of that corner and pass him like he did Earnhardt the last time around. Let's see if he tries it.
Yeah, you know who's sitting right back here in 3rd spot? Mike Skinner. He's watching him do this. He's learning a lesson, but look on the outside there. Chad Lewis gets cut off as they come off the corner.
Skinner, and almost turned him around.
I thought it was a wreck.
I don't know how Mike Skinner hung on to that race car.
And still just digging.
Kenny Irwin has moved up in there also in the 28 car.
Earnhardt drops under him. Stays up on his teammate, Mike Skinner. Now, they have 2 teammates. Ken Schrader is part of an alliance with that team. There's 33. Kenny Schrader, Andy Petrie Racing, Dale Earnhardt Racing, and Richard Childress Racing. Look at this mess.
Yes, and a slow. Oh, man.
It did work. I thought it was going to be a crash. They have wide for the lead.
This is going to get exciting. Look at Earnhardt coming up on the back of Jeff Gordon down the back straightaway.
He'll try to make it 4 wide, but Michael Walton's going to try to make it 5 wide.
10 laps to go this time. 17 times the driver to lead with 10 to go did not win the 500. 4 times that was Dale Earnhardt.
Let me tell you, teammates are out right now. Rusty Wallace fighting back on the inside. Shows a lot of power right there by himself in the middle of the front line here.
Chevy inside, Ford in the middle, Chevy outside. Little paint traded. Wallace, Skinner, in against Gordon. And look at Earnhardt, the number 3, trying to push Jeff Gordon to the lead.
Earnhardt looked to the inside just for a second there as they head down into turn 1.
And they got Rusty in the middle there, and look at him go backwards.
Can you hold your breath for 10 laps?
Boy, this is exciting. It don't get any better than this.
And I'm going to tell you, if it comes to just plain nerve, don't count out that Waltrip kid there. Michael Waltrip can drive the wheels off this car and has all day long.
Michael Waltrip has not won a Winston Cup point race. Kenny Irwin and Chad Little, 28.97. Those Fords way up high. They're chasing Schrader.
Now you got 5 Chevrolets out front.
Boy, how things change.
Yeah, for a long time it was Fords out front. And it's Irwin trying to get up there and change that about a little bit.
What a great shot. You're looking now at Dale Earnhardt's car down the front straightaway, right behind Gordon as they head off into turn 1.
3 wide they are once again with Skinner in the middle. How frustrated must Dale Earnhardt be that he has not led a lap today?
Well, it's not over yet. You know the one that counts. If you don't lead but 40 feet, you want to lead to the checkered flag.
All right, what does Dale Earnhardt do to pass Jeff Gordon?
He's going to have some help.
He's got help. Look at Waltrip there in 3rd.
He'll have to make a move and have somebody to go with him and get that bumper right up. And that's the way Jeff Gordon got by him. He stuffed that bumper right up under Earnhardt a little bit earlier, got his car loose. Earnhardt knows how to do that better than anybody else.
Dick Bertrand.
Richard Childress, you've been watching all this stuff. What's Earnhardt got to do here?
Well, you know, it's hard to say. You know, he's got the experience. He's going to do his best. You know,
can't say nothing. You know, it's been a heck of a race all day, and Skinner's done a good job. Who knows what's going to happen here at the end.
Is he going to move him out of the way? Is Earnhardt going to move Gordon?
I don't know. You know, Dale, he's got some moves on him left.
Ralph?
The conversation on the radio with Jeff Gordon is be patient. 8 laps to go, 7 laps to go. Watch your rear view mirror. They don't want him to get too far out ahead. Plenty of laps of racing still to go.
From 1st to 17th is only 17 seconds with 8 laps to go.
Mike, the man that made that move that Gordon put on Earnhardt a while ago is the man that made that move famous, and he's running in second spot right now.
Jeff Gordon won his qualifying race here as a rookie in '93. Finished 5th that year in the 500, 4th the next year. Wasn't a contender again until '97 when he won it.
I think that's 1.7 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Ned.
Place. Wow. They are so close.
When they're running that close, you can miss a decimal point. I promise you.
True.
You know, we got a new ball game here. Look at these guys in that second group. They've caught those lead cars now. We have about a 10, 12 car battle here for the lead.
And any one of them could win it. As you've seen, a driver running in the lead 1 lap can be back to 8th place the next. 6 laps to go when they come back. And report of trouble on the 12 car of Jeremy Mayfield. He has dropped off the lead pack and comes to pit road. His chance at that extra $1 million bonus.
Wow.
Is he out of fuel? He didn't pit.
If he is, Rusty won't be very far behind him, I'm afraid.
4 tires for Mayfield, Dick.
And the answer is they did gamble on tires, Mike, and they've got one that's going down. Mayfield, flat tire, this late in the Daytona 500.
Richard Petty, who won this race 7 times, said it best. The best you can do on any given day is put yourself in a position to win, and then circumstances will dictate the outcome.
You know, I was just talking about Rusty Wallace did not take on tires. He's all the way back to 10th place now.
Yeah, I think as Mayfield goes out of the pits, I really think that was a mistake, them not stopping during that caution. Now we've got a 6-car breakaway from the pack.
Jeff Gordon Chevrolet, Dale Earnhardt Chevy. Michael Waltrip driving for a new team in a Chevrolet. Kenny Irwin, last year's Rookie of the Year, in a Ford. Ken Schrader, 3rd fastest qualifier in a Chevy. And truck champ Mike Skinner, the '97 pole sitter, in a Chevrolet.
2 guys that have dominated the 90s are 1st and 2nd. Right behind them, guys that's never won a race here. This thing's going to get wild.
Earnhardt had a try on Jeff Gordon.
He is keeping the pressure on.
Earnhardt last year led the closing laps. Nobody could get by him. So he knows how to win it from in front. Does he know how to win it from behind?
He still has to have help, and he can get it from that 7-car Michael Waltrip.
Friday in the International Race of Champions, Earnhardt bided his time, and on the last turn of the last lap, after everyone had written him off being 2 car lengths back, he made a run and won it.
I'm going to give you something else to think about. If they start running side by side, Kenny Schrader's not out of this, as he's trying to make a move on Kenny Irvin now.
In Dale Earnhardt's pit.
Don Hall, saying a prayer.
Jeff Gordon's car owner, Rick Hendrick, here earlier in the week. Back home in Charlotte, watching it on TV. 3 abreast Kevin LePage in between Marcus and Wallace and Jerry Nadeau.
Battle going on back there for 7th. Here's Kenny Irwin trying to make a move on Michael Waltrip here at the start-finish line. And coming with him is Mike Skinner.
Yesterday, old age and treachery, Randy LaJoie overcame youth and enthusiasm. Casey Atwood and Adam Petty. What about today?
That 28 car's got a run coming off of this turn. Is it enough of a run to make a move on Dale Earnhardt?
Gordon's crew chief Ray Evernham watching. Kevin Hamlin, Earnhardt's crew chief. All they can do is watch the monitor and watch their car come by the front stretch. Earnhardt just loosened up Jeff Gordon there.
Yes, he did. He went in there and moved the car around in the slipstream behind him there. You could see Gordon really fighting the car, getting down into turn 3.
Down the short chute. Start-finish line.
Now there are 4. It's down to 4 people. Michael Waltrip has dropped off the pace a little bit.
And it's down to 2 laps to decide the Daytona 500. Ralph Shaheen.
Mike, they have just radioed to Jeff. Protect the bottom is the word from Ray Evernham. He keeps telling them who's behind him, the 3, the 28, 31. Protect the bottom.
Irwin to the bottom. Skinner with him. Earnhardt holds the bottom. 7 Daytona 500s have been decided by a last lap pass. Will this be the 8th?
Earnhardt right on his back bumper as they come off turn 4. He started to put a move on him. White flag.
2.5 miles to history. Jeff Gordon trying to win his second. Dale Earnhardt trying to win his second. Buddy, where will Earnhardt make the move?
Well, I don't know. Gordon looks awful strong as they come off turn 2 over there down the back straightaway. Kenny Irwin looks to the outside.
Right here's where he has to make the move. And he wasn't able to get that run up under Jeff Gordon like he wanted to.
But that's what we said Friday. He was this far behind in the International Race of Champions. He looks inside. He goes outside. He looks inside again.
Okay, right now he's got to pull right down on that back bumper and try to get him loose coming off turn 4. He does not have the muscle at this point.
But he may have some momentum. Here comes Earnhardt. He's all the way to the bottom. Almost in the grass. He slides up the racetrack and Jeff Gordon will win it for the second time.
Wow. What a race. Oh, he gets a little shot after there.
Now that was a love tap.
It is Valentine's Day, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Ralph Shaheen.
Congratulations, Ray Evernham. You did it again. You told him to protect the bottom. That's exactly what he did. Is that where you were afraid he was going to come?
Yeah, well, Dale's pretty strong up off the bottom, and, you know, Jeff did a great job driving the car. Car wasn't the quickest car all day, but he did a great job driving it. I want to thank God first for giving us the opportunity to do this, and DuPont and Quaker State Pepsi, everybody that supports us. And I want to say hey to Rick again. I'm sorry he couldn't be here, but God, what a great day.
This team has been so awesome. Is this the beginning of a dynasty-type march to another championship?
I don't know about that, Ralph. We're just we're going to take it one race at a time and have a good time. It's just, man, what an awesome feeling to win the Daytona 500.
You know you got to give up that race car now.
We'll build another one.
Ray Evernham has done it again. He's won the Daytona 500 as a crew chief.
And for the 5th time, this man, Dale Earnhardt, finishes second in the Great American Race. You saw that big crowd shot. One of those fans has won $1 million. Jeff Gordon gets the $1 million no-bull bonus, and so does the lucky fan who was paired with him. Case Gordon was the driver who went to victory lane. They will repeat that promotion 4 more times this season.
He just hung around in there all day, and when the time came, he'd done that so many times.
Then he didn't lead a lot. He led 6 laps in the first 20 and then came back to lead the last 11 laps.
They made it work for it.
He's just giving a little smoke job coming down through there. The rear wheel spinning, smoke flying out the back of Jeff Gordon's car.
Second victory in 3 years for the Pittsburgh, Indiana driver who started at age 5. Winning races in quarter midgets, moved up to midgets. At age 14, he was driving a 1,000-horsepower sprint car and winning with it. He went to ask for his first sponsorship. The Valvoline executive said, "How'd you get here today?" He said, "My mom drove me." That was good experience for the man that Forbes magazine this fall called the biggest one-man marketing machine in sports. Dick Berggren.
Well, Dale Earnhardt surrounded by media. Let's just jump in and hear what he has to say. Dale?
Earlier on, you had some problems earlier on, and then the car came alive.
We had an ignition problem earlier on, and the car just wasn't running up to par. It just wouldn't get up to speed, and we finally switched boxes, and the car ran a lot better. But it came up in the draft there at the end, and we were just trying to work. I was wanting to get with Skinner, try to work with him, but I couldn't, and he couldn't get with me, and we just was trying to do all I could to just get to the 24, and his car was pretty strong off the corners, and if I could have just got to him off the corner, I might have got under him, but I just couldn't get there.
Came close, though. What happened at the very tail end, those last couple laps when you were trying so hard, Dale?
Got beat.
Got beat. Dale Earnhardt, second for the 5th time. To Ken Squire.
He is still in the car. Brooke is right here. She walked by me and said, "What a race." Indeed, $2 million richer. Jeff Gordon, as he pulls it off, fending off the old warrior, Earnhardt. And those last 4 or 5 laps as Earnhardt tried to turn him just a little, will use up those rear tires. He's just about ready to clamber out of car number 24 after a brilliant victory in one of the greatest Daytona 500s of all time. Here is the champion of the 1999 Daytona 500, Jeff Gordon, having just a moment to get his shoes straightened out. And here he is. Jeff, those last 10 laps, what a race.
That is a dream come true for me. To race Dale Earnhardt down to the final finish, all the way down the line for the Daytona 500, it does not get any better than that. And I'm the last person, I think, at this racetrack today that thought we were going to win a race. I certainly didn't have many friends out there, but I had one strong race car, and I tell you what, I'm glad Ray Evernham and all these Rainbow Warriors took 4 tires there at the end because the car was handling great. And man, I want to thank Dale for a great race. I mean, he did everything he possibly could, and I've learned, he's probably going to tell you I learned too much from him because he's taught me a lot of things over the last couple of years, and that's the only way I kept him behind me.
Take us through the last moments of the race coming down out of turn 4.
Well, you know, I saw him dropping back trying to get some momentum on me, and I got out there too far in the middle of 3 and 4, and I had to back off, to tell you the truth, because I knew he was going to get me at the line if I didn't. And I may have backed off a little too much. He got up on my bumper and almost got underneath me. I got a little sideways, but I knew I was going to make it to the finish right from that point on. And I tell you, I had a miracle today, and I want to thank DuPont Automotive Finishes, Quaker State, Pepsi, Chevrolet. This is an awesome Monte Carlo today, and those Goodyear tires are awesome too. Thank you for everything you guys do for us.
Dale, he really tried to work you over in those final moments.
Well, thank God that, you know, you're racing with a guy like that, and thank God for this team and this awesome race car. I just am so blessed and so fortunate, but he worked me over big time, to say the least, you know, and that's the way he is. That's how hard he is, and how bad he wants to win this Daytona 500. He got a taste of it last year, and he wanted it again this year. I wanted to be able to be the one to keep him from doing that, and this is an awesome win for us. Got to thank R.J. Reynolds and Winston. I can't believe how much money we just won today. I cannot believe that.
Congratulations are in order for a young champion. $2 million richer. Again, here's Mike Joy.
Thanks, Ken. Dale Earnhardt second, and the next 3 guys behind them all had career best finishes in the 500. Kenny Irwin, Mike Skinner, and Michael Waltrip. We'll be back to present the Harley Earl Trophy to the winner of the Daytona 500 right after this.
I'm going to tell you, he is good. Yep. Wow.
Best thing, I love where he said, if we can show that final lap where he breathes the car up there in 3 and 4, he prevents Earnhardt from doing what he did Friday. And
what he did to Earnhardt, he did by him. He pushed him right up.
Yep. If he kept his leg in it, Earnhardt would have had a run. From turn 3,
down here with Kenny when you need him.
Beginning at turn 3. And the line view was fine.
Yeah,
that shows what we need.
I've already told him that.
Wow.
Bergie, nice hustle getting in there.
Oh, man, I tell you.
You know who's mad at you.
Well, I know who I'm mad at.
Hey, good going.
Radio. He should never have been there. He knew we were live. I told him we were live, and he went in anyway.
Because I want to see in turn 3, entering turn 3.
Thank you, Pam.
You were fabulous, too. Thank you.
That's good. That's good, Fish.
2.
Now, Earnhardt had backed off right there.
Yep.
He was going to try to build momentum and catch him.
Say, yes, it is, Fish. Yes, it is, Fish.
Harley J. Earl, Daytona 500 trophy presentation.
They're lane, but they're definitely coming over here.
Well, I'm going to tell you one thing. While we're away, if we didn't build some excitement in that last bit, I'll give them 50 different.
Replay. Yes, fine.
It don't matter. I've
regular. Thank you. Regular speed.
Greg Gumbel back at Daytona International Speedway. Everybody should have a Valentine's Day like Jeff Gordon, the Daytona 500 championship, and $2 million in prize money. Ken Squire standing by in victory lane for the Harley J. Earl Daytona 500 trophy presentation. Ken.
Yes, indeed. This is what it's all about. $2 million, sure, but your name goes on this and perpetuates your victory in the 41st annual Daytona 500. John Graham, the president of the Daytona Speedway, to make the presentation to Ray Everham, the crew chief, to Brooke, and to Jeff Gordon. Sir?
Jeff, Ray, Brooke, Mary, Rick and Linda Hendrick, John and Kathy Hendrick, the Harley J. Earl Trophy, symbolic of the champion of the Daytona 500. Congratulations, and we will also inscribe your name again on the permanent Harley J. Earl Trophy for fans to see in Daytona, USA, along with your winning 24 car. Congratulations.
Thank you. Hey, I want to say hi to Rick and Linda at home. You know, I know they're watching, and I know he wanted to be here really bad today. We got John and Kathy here, but thank you guys for what you do, and I tell you what, God is just blessing all of Hendrick Motorsports, and I can't say enough for all of our sponsors: DuPont Automotive Finishes, Quaker State, Chevrolet, GMAC, Kellogg's, you know, everybody that makes this happen, Pepsi. It's just a treat to be able to get behind the wheel of that race car. And this guy right here, Ray Everham Repairs, and it was a great race car today, and those Rainbow Warriors kept us in it all day. It's a great feeling. I can't believe it.
Ray Everham, Brooke, and Jeff Gordon here to receive the Harley J. Earl Award. Let's go back to Greg Gumbel.
Ken Squire, thank you. Jeff Gordon, victorious here in the 41st running of the Daytona 500. We'll have final results for you when we come back to Daytona International Speedway in just a moment.
Guys, just so you know, Kenny Irwin's finish was a career best Winston Cup finish. Whoever has Kenny.
Okay, thanks, Mike. They swear they're coming soon.
Yep. Be back to wrap things up, right, Eric? All right. 45. Tiger Woods still in the lead. All right. The duel between Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt was won by Gordon. You see the Gordon crew reacting along pit road. Their man, the winner of the Daytona 500, $2 million, and Jeff Gordon exiting the car here in Victory Lane just moments ago to accept congratulations from his wife and his crew. Let's go to Ralph Shaheen.
Well, Greg, it was a career best finish for Kenny Irwin, a tremendous run today, Kenny, but I have to ask you, what took place with you and Dale Jarrett? Was there contact?
You know, I don't think so. He was 3 wide in the center, and getting into 3, I just tried to back off a little, and I don't know if I actually hit him or if the air got off his rear spoiler, but, you know, it was a terrible thing that happened, and at the end of the race, you know, we were there, we put ourselves in a position to maybe win the race, and we come up 3rd, which is, it's not bad for me.
Dick Berggren?
And I'm with Mike Skinner, who had a great run this afternoon to finish 4th. You were 3 wide, it seemed, all afternoon. What's it like to be in one of those deals?
It's pretty crazy, Dick, I'll tell you. You know, our low Chevy was awful strong today. You know, the pit crew did great. They did excellent pit stops all day, and the engine was awesome. Adam Meyer and all the guys, Todd Bear, everybody back at the shop to put the body on that car. Man, that thing would go through the air. It was really a awesome deal. The car ran good. The pit stops was good. We did everything but win the race. We just come up a little bit short, Dick.
Was your heart pumping like ours was pumping those last few laps of the race?
My fist was pumping and my heart was pumping, and I was trying not to run my mouth on the radio, and yeah, I was a little bit excited there, but you know, it's the tail end of the line is not the place you can pass from, you know, unless they all get sideways up there. And I was kind of hoping that they'd all kind of get 2 or 3 wide, and we was going to try our famous outside move that usually works for Bobby Labonte, and he taught me well, but it didn't work today.
Good run. He'll win some this year for sure. To Greg.
Hearts are pumping all over Daytona this afternoon. Skinner and Gordon battling just prior to the finish of the race, won by Jeff Gordon. We remind you, coming up next here on CBS, final round coverage of the Buick Invitational. We'll come back to Daytona with more right after this.
Sports presentation of the Daytona 500.
Right. You left too soon.
Nice finish, wasn't it? They really put on a show.
Jeff Gordon and his crew continue to celebrate here in Victory Lane. Let's go back to the gentleman who just called a great race this afternoon, Mike Joy, Ned Jarrett, Buddy Baker. Mike.
Thanks, Greg. Fords led 132 of the 200 laps, but Chevrolets finished in 5 of the top 6 positions. 11 laps to go. Let's show you Jeff Gordon's final pass for the lead.
He went down under the yellow line there, passing Rusty Wallace, trying to get by Mike Skinner in the 31 on the outside there. Dale Earnhardt in the 3 just behind him.
Ned, it looked like Earnhardt helped push Gordon into the lead.
Well, he had no choice. If he was going to get to the front, he needed to help the car in front of him to get on out there. And you're right. Here they go back 3 wide going into turn 3. We'll see Earnhardt come up there in a moment and get right on the back bumper off Jeff Gordon. Here he comes into the picture now. And he will help Jeff Gordon get into the lead. But if he was going to get to the front, that's what he had to do. But not knowing that he's pushing the man to the front that was going to stay there.
Rusty Wallace jostling there with Mike Skinner and ended up 8th in the final tally. Skinner to 4th. Jeff Gordon, a winner for the 2nd time. Dale Earnhardt, Kenny Irwin, career best. Mike Skinner, Michael Waltrip finishing up in 5th. Kenny Schrader, Kyle Petty, Rusty Wallace 8th. Chad Little, Rick Mast 10th. 11th, Jerry Nadeau, a career best. Dallenbach, LePage, Irvin, and Musgrave all on the lead lap. 1 lap down, Dave Marcus, Benson, Cope, Presley, and Mayfield. Darrell Waltrip, Brett Bodine, Mike Wallace, Ward Burton, and Bobby Labonte with damaged cars. Ricky Craven, Bill Elliott, Tony Stewart, the outside pole sitter, Bobby Hamilton, who crashed, then Ricky Rudd, Mark Martin, Sterling Marlin, Rich Bickle, Steve Park, and Jeff Burton were running at the finish. The rest of these cars were in the garage area.
Certainly, it's some big crashes here this afternoon that took out some good contenders. But Jeff Gordon now goes away from here with the points lead.
And Dale Earnhardt, he says this is his best year to pick up that 8th championship. He's 2nd.
The Winston Cup points mirror today's race results, and for the Winston Cup drivers, it's on to Rockingham, North Carolina next week. Jeff Gordon, for the 2nd time in 2 years, champion of the Daytona 500.
Mike, thank you, and that wraps us from here. For Ken Squire, Mike Joy, Buddy Baker, Ned Jarrett, Dick Pergrin, Ralph Shaheen, and Bill Stevens, I'm Greg Gumbel. So long from Daytona International Speedway, where Jeff Gordon has won the 1999 Daytona 500. Join us next Saturday for men's NCAA basketball action. Some of you will see Kentucky taking on Arkansas. Others will see Miami matching up against UConn. Coming up next, we... Valentine's Day, everyone. This has been a presentation of CBS Sports, home of the Daytona 500.